Chapter 159. Yu Ruyan looked at Nian Bing's sorrowful eyes and cried bitterly, "No, I can't. Chun Chen's heart has been destroyed. No one in the Yangon continent can save her." Nian Bing said anxiously, "Is there anywhere else? I'll take her to wherever there is. I'll use my Xiantian qi to protect her. I won't let her die. Even if I have to transfer my heart to her, I'm willing." He had never felt such pain in his heart before. All of his attention was on Frozen Cloud. Just as he said if only one of them could survive, he would also choose her without hesitation. Yu Ruyan said with tears, "It's no use. Your Xiantian qi won't last long. Chun Chen's life is gone. Even if we go to the continent of gods, it's impossible to find someone who can use 12th rank light magic to rebuild her heart." Nian Bing understood what 12th rank magic meant. It was God's descent, a true God's descent. Only the light element's God's descent could save Bing Yan's life. Hearing this, Nian Bing smiled, but his smile was complicated. It was a mixture of hope and despair. Turning his head to look at Feng Nu, who was still restrained, Nian Bing sighed deeply. "Feng Nu, I'm sorry. I know that no matter what I say, it'll be hard to get your forgiveness. From Bingyan, I already know the whereabouts of my parents. Although they're locked up in the Ice God Tower, they're still together. I think they must be very satisfied." Saying this, Nian Bing pressed his hand on the wound on his chest. A milky white light shone. Under the effect of the light element's healing and the dragon's powerful self-healing ability, the bleeding stopped and the wound healed quickly. Lowering his head, he looked deeply at Bing Yin, who was already in a semi-conscious state. "Everything I've done, let me make up for it. Mother, don't be sad. I know you don't want to recognize me as your son, but I've always treated you as my biological mother. Light magic of the 12th level? Maybe I have a way." Yu Ruyan stared blankly at Nian Bing. "You? Impossible. Even if you can use light magic, you can't have the strength of a god's descent. Your magic is based on ice and fire." Nian Bing shook his head. "I definitely have a way. Mother, please support Bingyan. I'm here." Saying this, he carefully handed Bingyan in his arms to Yu Ruyan and slowly stood up. He looked inside. He used his soul to communicate with Oscar. "Kaka, wake up." "Boss, I woke up when you were doing that. What's wrong? I can feel that your aura is very abnormal. Look at you. You're not going to use that method again. You can't do that. You can't use it again. My life force can only save you once if you use it again. Even if the soul S's life live Kaka, you should know that you can't stop me. The control of this body is still in my hands. All you need to do now is to do as I say, and that's enough. After I save Bingyan, I'm afraid I'll disappear from this world. What you have to do is to take over my body. After you regain control of this body with your soul, from now on he's yours. Although it can't compare to your dragon body, at least it can give you a place to live. I think that my leaving might be a good thing for you. Remember my words. Don't wait for my body to age before you do it." After saying this, Nian Bing didn't wait for Oscar's protest and cut off the connection with him. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu apologetically. He turned and walked in front of Bing Yin. A light flashed behind him, and the dawn holy radiance blade appeared in front of him. He inserted the long blade into the ground and clasped his hands in front of him. A light flashed, and the rainbow sky eye covered him, Bing Yin and Yu Ruyan. "Mom, no matter what happens, don't touch my body. I'll save Bing Yin, no matter how difficult it is." Yu Ruyan suddenly felt something wrong in her heart. Looking at Nian Bing's calm eyes, her heart shook slightly. Although she didn't know what Nian Bing was going to do, she faintly felt that it wasn't that simple. "Nian Bing, you." Nian Bing raised his hand and stopped Yu Ruyan from continuing. He smiled and said, "I've ruined Bing Yan's innocence. Without thinking, she's not suitable to return to the Ice God Tower anymore. When she comes back to life, you can bring her back to the Ottoman Empire. The rainbow light emitted by the heavens, domain, reached an unprecedented level of brightness. Gradually, the other 6 colors dimmed, leaving only the gentle white light. Nian Bing's right hand was pressed against the holy brilliance stone on the hilt of the holy brilliance blade. Light flickered in and out of his eyes. Looking at the dying Bingyan, he didn't hesitate to begin his incantation. With my life as the price, I curse all living beings. With my soul as the price, I curse all elements. With my blood as the guide, with my soul as the melody, I am willing to sacrifice my life essence in exchange for the infinite power of the world. Destruction is my hope. I am willing to impose the curse on myself in exchange for the hope of destruction, the most mysterious curse in the world. Yes, I am willing to use the curse on myself in exchange for the hope of destruction. I am willing to sacrifice for you. With the power of the curse as the source, release my life. The sigh of the forbidden life curse. Circles of white light continuously emitted from Nian Bing's body. That wasn't a holy aura, nor did it represent light. That was Nian Bing's life force. He once again used this true forbidden magic in order to save Bing Yan's life, cursing his own life in exchange for endless power. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into magic elements. In the flickering white light, Nian Bing's muscles slightly swelled. Under the complete state of burning his life force, the magic power in his body instantly rose to another peak. He constantly urged the ice and fire magic power in his body. Under the effect of the huge spiritual power in his sky eye meridian, all kinds of magic elements were quickly converted into light elements. The intense white light was no longer so gentle. The dazzling light brought with it streaks of golden lightning. The light magic burned to the limit, bringing a huge amount of life force to the entire mountain range. Nian Bing, what are you doing? Quickly stop. Although she didn't understand magic, Yurian still understood the reason why she felt something was wrong from Nian Bing's incantation. Nian Bing sternly said, "Mom, don't stop me. My life force has already begun to burn. If I don't save Bing Yin, then my sacrifice will be in vain. Use your Do Qi to protect Bing Yan's body. Accept my light power." While speaking, Nian Bing raised his hands and once again increased his magic output. The whole cave was filled with a huge amount of light elements. The light elements were cheerfully chirping. The light elements in the air were attracted to Nian Bing's surroundings by the incomparably huge attractive force. At this moment, Nian Bing no longer held back. He completely integrated the innate qi in his body into this huge amount of light elements. In an instant, the sky eye domain disappeared. What was left was only a huge white light cover, a white light cover shining with a pale golden light. In the past, when Nian Bing was still in the Archmage realm, he had used the life curse once. Even that powerful Lich Dark Moon almost failed in front of the super forbidden spell he used after using the life curse. But now, Nian Bing had already become a true magus. Not only had his sky eye meridian evolved to the middle stage, even his Li Zhong meridian had been opened, coupled with the crazy burning of his life force. Although light magic wasn't his forte, with the help of the Holy Light Stone, he still forcibly raised the level of a god descent master. This was the second time he used the life curse. Originally, Nian Bing had left it for himself to take revenge. If his parents were really dead, he would definitely choose to burn his life force in exchange for a powerful magic power to avenge his parents. But now he chose to use it. He didn't want Bing Yun to die. He didn't know how to face Yu Ruyan and Feng Nu, so he didn't hesitate in the slightest. The huge amount of light elements didn't leak out under the effect of the solidified spiritual power. Instead, they gathered within a zhang around Nian Bing. Under the effect of the light elements, the remaining injuries in his body completely disappeared. The wound on Bing Yan's chest also quickly healed. The light elements the pure and holy light elements, had solidified at this moment. Under Nian Bing's control, they prepared for everything that was about to happen. Taking a deep breath, when Nian Bing felt that his life force was about to reach its peak, he finally began to chant the ancient incantation that he had memorized in the Ice Moon Empire's Magus Guild. Light, you bring warmth to the earth. You nurture the growth of all living things. You are the light of life. Light, you bring life to the world. You subdue some evil. You are the light of holiness. Light, you bring me sincere faith. You open the door of hope. You are the light of hope. You are the light of faith. As a believer of light, I beg you, open the door to the heavens. Bestow upon me the light that pierces through the heavens and earth. I will become a true angel and spread the light of God across the earth. O great God of light, I am willing to use my endless faith in exchange for following you. O God, I am willing to abandon everything in the world to receive your help. O God, please allow your emissary to help your most loyal follower. The white light stopped fluctuating under Nian Bing's high-spirited incantation. The pure white light gradually changed. Suddenly, all the milky white light was dyed gold. Nian Bing looked up to the sky and shouted. The golden light rose up like lightning. Nothing could stop the huge holy light. The rocks above turned into fine powder and disappeared. The golden light directly penetrated the entire mountain, blasting out a cylindrical space with a diameter of 10 zhang. The golden light didn't disappear until it was out of sight. At this moment, the mountain peak above Nian Bing exploded violently. The huge explosion affected the entire mountain range. A towering mountain peak disappeared in the golden light, filled with holy aura. It truly disappeared. With the cave as the horizon, the place where Nian Bing was turned into a wide platform. Nian Bing let go of the holy light stone in his hand. The holy light sword that pierced through the heavens and earth flew up. The position of the holy light stone was just parallel to the space between Nian Bing's eyebrows. Nian Bing opened his arms and raised his head. His gaze followed the expanding golden light. At this moment, his life force had finally burned to the limit. No matter where he was completely enveloped by the golden light. The huge, holy light fluctuated with his spiritual power. At this moment, Nian Bing had entered a wonderful world. He could clearly feel that his spiritual power, accompanied by the huge holy light, seemed to have communicated with the light element in every corner of the continent. All the light elements were resonating with the holy light. The power of God, the true power of God, was to communicate with all the elements that were on the same level as oneself. Nian Bing finally understood the mystery of God's descent. Although he knew that it was no longer important to him, at this moment he had truly become a God's descent master of the light element. The sky began to change. The light of the sun turned golden under the influence of the holy light. The clouds that were originally floating in the sky gradually disappeared. Under the influence of the snowfall, the Ice Moon Empire, which was originally under the influence of the Ice Goddess godly descent technique, slowly rose in temperature. The lively light element brought a huge aura of life to the entire Ice Moon Empire. The withered plants once again regained their vitality. All the living creatures were nourished by this aura of light. Everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to worship the golden sun in the sky. They didn't know what was happening, but they could imagine that it was the descent of God. Only the descent of a true God could bring about all this. For a moment, the entire Ice Moon Empire was filled with faith and devotion towards light. With the power of faith and devotion, the resonating light elements quickly gathered in Nian Bing's direction. They breathed, hummed, and cheered. Only one person understood what was happening, and that was the priestess of the ice goddess who was still in the palace of the Ice Moon Empire. She opened her eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. At this moment, her deep eyes were filled with astonishment. Light flashed, and in the next moment she was outside. She raised her head to look at the golden sky, and the astonishment in her eyes increased. Ah, could it be that someone from the continent of God has come to Rangoon? This is the light element's God's descent technique. Who is using this technique that can bring light to the world on Rangoon? What a strong power of light! As a God's descent master, she could clearly feel the active light elements in the air. Following the guidance of the light elements, she seemed to be able to see the source of light. Of course, she didn't understand why this was happening, but at this moment, she understood that the light element's God's descent technique was more powerful than her ice element's God's descent technique. This was because the light element's God's descent technique could display its greatest effect with the support of countless piety and faith. Unfortunately, at the same time, she also knew that this God's descent technique was not enough to threaten her, because only a God's descent technique used for healing could emit this kind of light of hope, allowing hope to illuminate the world and let everyone see the dawn of life. With this curiosity, the priestess of the ice goddess soared into the air. Relying on her perception of the light elements, she was led by the piety and faith of the light elements towards the source of the light. However, the light elements were too large. Because each light element had a different path, the aura she felt was also different. Although she could sense the general direction, it would take some time to truly find the source of the light. At the same time, another person also felt this unusual light. On the Rangoon continent, a great dark aura forcibly dispelled all the light elements in the cave, completely isolating it from the outside world. Although Evil Moon alone was bearing the huge pressure from the divine light outside, this divine light was not only directed at him. With his strength as a dark god's descent master, these light elements were not enough to pose any threat to him. Not only did he protect himself and his subordinates, but he also completely concealed his aura, not afraid of being detected by his imaginary enemy. How could he have known that this divine light was not directed at him at all? Discovering the changes in the sky, the most surprised were the 7 dragon kings. Under the influence of the aura, whether it was Garamandes in Ice Snow City or the other 6 dragon kings in the cold mountain range, they all left their places at the same time, flying high into the sky. The light dragon king let out a cry of alarm. Not good. This is Nianbing's power. Kaka just informed me. I'm afraid that Nianbing is in big trouble. Let's hurry over. She could also use the same light god's descent technique, but with her power as the light dragon king, it was impossible for her to illuminate the light to such an extent. This was an unreserved release. The dark dragon king Kajios resisted the discomfort in his body and said, Nianbing seems to be saving people. Why didn't he bring them back for us to save them? Demanteti, what did Kaka say? Demanteti said in a deep voice, Kaka's spiritual power is not strong. It only transmitted a fragment to me. However, even if I think about it, I can understand what happened. Although Nianbing is improving very quickly, if he wants to use such power, it must be. The other 5 dragon kings exclaimed at the same time, he used the curse of life again. The wind dragon king Karadiris frowned. How can Nianbing be so reckless? He used the curse of life again. I'm afraid that even we can't save him. Hurry, let's hurry and stop him. Maybe we still have time. The space dragon king Kadiris's eyes flashed with a strange light. Tie my ass. Even if I use long-distance space transfer magic, it's impossible to lock onto his position. By the time we rush over, his magic will have been completed. What's wrong with Garamandes? How can we let him use this magic? Keodilis reminded Keodilis. That's right, Garamandes should be by his side. I'll contact him right now. Actually, there was no need for Kadiris to contact him. The Fire Dragon King in Ice City had already set off. Suddenly sensing the change in light essence, as well as Kaka's call to the dragons, he immediately realized that something had happened to Nianbing. Although he also thought that Nianbing might be trying to save someone, he also thought of Nianbing's fated enemy, the Ice Goddess Priestess. In his anxiety, he didn't even have time to inform his disciple Shuejing, and rushed towards Ice City at his fastest speed. Among the 7 Dragon Kings, the one who was most familiar with Nian Bing was Garamandes. Not only did he use his own light essence to sense, he also used his familiarity with Nian Bing's aura to find the accurate position at the fastest speed possible. Pushing his flying speed to the limit, he flew in the direction of Nian Bing. Nian Bing suddenly realized that he could no longer feel his life force draining away. The continuous replenishment of light essence had reduced the consumption of his life force as much as he had imagined. The light had already burned to a certain point, and he knew that it was time for the next step. Mighty God of Light, your emissary has already descended to the human world. The descent of hope and dawn will grant me my greatest wish. The descent of hope and dawn will grant me your power. Angel of Light, show yourself. Light illuminated the earth, and all the golden light instantly contracted. Nian Bing's body floated up from the ground, and under the effect of that intense divine light, 6 golden wings formed completely from energy appeared, floating on his back. At this time, his heavenly eye point was completely opened, and his body was covered with a layer of gray dragon scales. The scales on his chest were golden, and between his eyebrows, the silver heavenly eye was opened to the maximum. Relying on the heavenly eye point that had entered the middle stage, he controlled the enormous amount of light essence to continuously condense it towards himself. Nian Bing smiled. Originally, he wasn't sure if he could use this magic, but now reality told him that he actually succeeded. At this moment, there was only joy in his heart. Not only was he excited that he could reach the level of a God's Descent Master before his death, but he was also excited that he could save Bing Yan. With this God's Descent technique, even if Bing Yan's internal organs were completely damaged, Nian Bing was confident that he could regenerate her internal organs, let alone her heart. Angel of Light, you have bestowed upon me the power of light. Please allow me to use your most primitive healing light, the purest light in the world, to save the life in front of me. God's Descent number 8226, Angel's Tears. Nian Bing's body flew up and floated above Bing Yan's body. His white hair returned to its original golden color at this moment. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, there was only Bing Yan in his heart. In his mind, he recalled everything that had happened between him and Bing Yan. Recalling the scene when his spiritual desire had reached its peak, a faint smile appeared on Nian Bing's face. A drop of sparkling golden tear flowed down from the corner of his eye. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. That drop of golden tear was so clear in Urian's eyes. Her dissatisfaction with Nian Bing completely disappeared. A man who was willing to sacrifice his life for his daughter. So what if she gave him her chastity? Nothing else mattered. Even the Ice God Tower's Ice Goddess Priestess couldn't change Urian's recognition of Nian Bing. Silently, the golden drop of water cut through the air. The surrounding space rippled wherever it passed, as if the air was crying for the world's purest angel's tears. The golden drop of water fell calmly. When it came into contact with the wound on Bing Yan's chest, all signs of the wound disappeared. Not even a scar was left. Bing Yan's skin emitted a layer of luster. The golden drop of water had completely integrated into her body and her heart. The golden color quickly spread to every part of Bing Yan's body. Under the effect of the enormous light element, her body broke away from Urian's grasp and floated up like Nian Bing. Nian Bing smiled and looked at Bing Yan. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps I was right. But no matter what, I don't regret it now. Wake up, my lover. The heavens, eye between her eyebrows, suddenly shot out a silver ray of light and entered Bing Yan's forehead. Bing Yan's body shook violently. The ice-blue wings that had been retracted opened once again. The golden light spread over her wings and dyed the ice phoenix royal feather golden. The angel's tears had completely molded a golden heart for Bing Yan. While trembling slightly, a steady and strong heartbeat sounded once again. The light god's descent, which sees the good fortune of heaven and earth, pulled Bingyun back from her dying state and gave her a new life. A silver light lit up between Bingyun's eyebrows, and a faint crack slowly opened. When Nian Bing discovered that the amount of light essence he had condensed after burning his life force was so enormous, not only did he use the angel's tear to regenerate Frozen Cloud's heart before the energy disappeared, he also used the remaining energy to guide Frozen Cloud through his celestial eye acupoint. Using the light essence that had fused with the essence of heaven and earth as a foundation, he helped Frozen Cloud open her first aperture acupoint, the celestial eye acupoint. When Bingyun slowly opened her eyes, she saw Nian Bing in front of her. Nian Bing, who was wrapped in golden light, was so tall. With the 6 golden wings on his back, Nian Bing, who was emitting golden light, was the perfect incarnation in her eyes. Bing, am I already dead? To be able to see you after death, I am already satisfied. Don't go, okay? Bingyun whispered softly. Nian Bing smiled and said, Mom, I hope you won't object to me calling you that. I just want you to know that the son you took in is not a bad person. After saying this, the 6 golden wings on his back fluttered. With a flash of golden light, he had already arrived in front of the restrained Feng Nu. The golden light wrapped around Feng Nu's body and slowly brought her into the air. Raising his hand, the tears on Feng Nu's face disappeared in the light emitted by Nian Bing. Don't cry, okay? Feng Nu, I don't know how to explain it to you. I think, no matter how I explain it, it won't make up for the harm I have done to you. What I can tell you is that you're the first woman I've ever fallen in love with. That was the case in the past, now, and forever. My feelings for you will never change. I don't want to explain anything, but please remember me. When you're bored, I hope my shadow will appear in your heart. Feng Nu's tears no longer flowed, but a golden tear once again flowed out from the corner of Nian Bing's eyes. The golden light seemed to be held in his hand. With a sparkling luster, it floated into Feng Nu's clothes, into Feng Nu's skin, and into her heart. The same angel's tear was no longer healing, but nourishing. Feng Nu felt as if her entire body was in a furnace. A strong heat flowed from her heart and spread throughout her body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she deeply felt Nian Bing's endless love for her. The Feng people's royal wings on her back spread out. A golden light emerged from her skin and quickly spread to the wings. The rich golden light wrapped around her, turning her into the same form as Bingyun. Her originally pink hair turned blue. Nian Bing knew that Bingyun's hair color was like her mother's, and Feng Nu's hair color was like her father's. The pink hair in the past was probably due to the special cultivation method of the Feng people. Feng Nu couldn't speak because of her mother's restriction, but she could clearly feel that Nian Bing was transforming her body. Looking at Nian Bing's clear golden eyes, a strong sense of uneasiness welled up in her heart. Tears continuously flowed down her face. From her eyes, Nian Bing could tell that she had already forgiven him. Nian Bing's heart was very warm. He could already feel that his body was gradually weakening. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. His eyes shone brightly, and a ray of silver light shot out from his heaven's eye, directly into Feng Nu's forehead. Feng Nu's body trembled. Under the effect of Nian Bing's immense spiritual power and Xiantian qi, she immediately fainted. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing felt an unprecedented amount of spiritual power. He looked at the distant horizon. Chapter 160. He muttered to himself, I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of you in the future. This is the last thing I can do for you. The golden light once again burned to the limit. Nian Bing gathered the last of his energy and let out a loud roar towards the sky. He closed his eyes, and the third angel's tear appeared. This time, the angel's tear shot straight into the sky. A strong silver light shot out from Nian Bing's heaven's eye, carrying the angel's tear and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After releasing the last of his energy, the golden light in Nian Bing's eyes immediately dimmed. The golden sky also gradually returned to normal. The silver eye on his forehead tiredly closed, and the 6 golden light wings on his back turned into afterimages. The light element god's descent technique, Angel's Tear, finally ended after Nian Bing exhausted all of his energy. The golden light gradually faded. The first thing to fade was Nian Bing's golden hair that had just recovered. He staggered a bit, and the golden light gradually faded away. This time his hair was no longer white, but filled with a deathly gray. The gray hair did not have any luster, and floated neatly behind him. This time he did not rapidly age. The loss of his life force caused his spirit to gradually wither. Looking at the unconscious Bing Yun and Feng Nu, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Yu Ruyan said, "Mom, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of them. In the end, I can only leave them with this much. Okay, Kaka, take over my body." Using the last of his spiritual power, Nian Bing forcibly gathered his soul. Taking advantage of the fact that the life curse had not ended, he sent his soul into the heavens' eye point to seal it. His deathly, still body slowly fell to the ground, without any signs of life. Yu Ruyan cried out in alarm, and hurriedly supported Nian Bing. When he touched Nian Bing's body was already ice cold. If his body hadn't been modified by the dragon soul, he would have aged a long time ago. Inside Nian Bing's body, Oscar's energy meter, which was filled with an oppressive aura, was finally released after losing Nian Bing's suppression and obstruction. Oscar's heart was in great pain. No one knew better than him what had happened to Nian Bing. He knew Nian Bing did it because she couldn't forgive herself. Otherwise, as long as he healed Bing Yun and cancelled God's descent, he would still have at least half of his life force left. However, Nian Bing was now in a deep sleep. He fell into a deep sleep. This time, he was even more direct than the last time. He was the one who wanted to die. A cold aura shrouded the area around the cave entrance. With a soft sound, a frosty figure appeared at the cave entrance. "Ruyan, why are you here? Could it be that you were the one who unleashed that God's descent?" Yu Ruyan raised her head somewhat sluggishly. She saw the ice goddess priestess with an astonished expression. "Senior." The ice goddess priestess floated forward. She came to Yu Ruyan's side. With a glance, she saw Bing Yun, Feng Nu, and Nian Bing on the ground. She was shocked by Bing Yun's deathly stillness. "No wonder I couldn't find Bing Yun's aura these past few days. She was captured by him. What happened to Bing Yun? Why is the holy aura on her body so dense?" Yu Ruyan said bitterly, "I don't know what happened either. Qinchen's innocence was lost to Nian Bing. When I rushed over, I wanted to teach Nian Bing a lesson, but Qinchen blocked my sword. My dou qi pierced her heart. In order to save Qinchen, Nian Bing used that magic. Was that God's descent?" The ice goddess priestess's expression changed greatly. "What did you say?" "Yun, Er's virginity was destroyed. Bastard, I'm going to cut him into pieces." As she spoke, she raised her hand and released a cold current towards Nian Bing's body. "Don't." The silver dou qi blocked the ice goddess priestess's attack. Yu Ruyan stood in front of Nian Bing. The ice goddess priestess was slightly angry. "Ruyan, what are you doing? Bing Yun is your daughter." Yu Ruyan sighed and said, "Senior, Nian Bing is already gone. Why do you have to destroy his body?" Bing Yun said when she was dying that everything that happened between her and Nian Bing was voluntary. Not to mention, Nian Bing sacrificed his own life to save her. His sin has been redeemed. He is my adopted son. I have to bury him in peace. The ice goddess priestess squatted down and pressed Bing Yun's pulse. Through her spiritual power, she quickly discovered the situation. Angel's Tear. It's actually the most compassionate angel's tear in God's descent. Impossible. With this kid's ability, it's impossible for him to use this magic. At most, he's only a magus. Moreover, he's not a light magus. How could he use the light elements, God's descent? Ruyen, what happened just now? How did he use this light magic that illuminated the continent? Ruyen sighed and simply recounted everything that happened just now. Listening to her description, the ice goddess priestess's eyes revealed a trace of strange light. So that's how it is. In order to use God's descent, he actually burned his own life. She glanced at the holy radiance, soared on the ground. Coupled with this light element's top-grade gem, he can use Angel's Tear. Ruyen, you're lying to me, right? How could Bing Yun be willing to do such a thing with this bastard? Under my guidance, Bing Yun has long since abandoned the love between men and women and focused on magic. Ruyen shook her head and said, Who can clearly explain the feelings between men and women? Senior, Bing Yun has already lost her virginity. Her royal feather has also awakened. I think that it's no longer suitable for her to stay in the Ice God Tower. I want to bring her back to the Ottoman Empire. The Ice Goddess Priestess flatly said, No, Bing Yun is my disciple. Even if she lost her virginity, you can't bring her back. Don't tell me you've forgotten? When you first brought her to the Ice God Tower, I said that once you enter my sect, you'll never regret it. If it wasn't for me, would you have been able to protect your daughter from the pursuit of the Feng people? Moreover, when you sent Bing Yin to the Ice God Tower, she was born with a 9-cold physique. If it wasn't for my careful teachings that transformed the 9-cold physique into a physique suitable for cultivating ice magic, I'm afraid she would have already died. What? Now that her 9-cold physique has been removed under the effect of the Angel's Tear, you want to bring her back? Ruyen's face slightly changed and said, Senior, what you said is indeed the truth. For so many years, I've been very grateful for your teachings to Chun Chin. However, now that Nian Bing is dead and Chin Chin has suffered such a huge blow, I must keep her by my side to comfort her. Our family has finally reunited after so much difficulty. I ask Senior to fulfill my wish. The Ice Goddess Priestess's face turned cold. No need to say any more. Bing Yun must return to the Ice God Tower with me. Since the day she entered the Ice God Tower, she is no longer your daughter. I've allowed her to come home once a year. This is already the greatest tolerance. Since you want to go back on your words, I'll make sure you never see her again. Silver Saint Do Chi burned around Ruyen's body. She took a step forward and stared at the Ice Goddess Priestess. No one can take away my daughter. Senior, you are no exception. The Ice Goddess Priestess coldly said, What? Do you still want to fight with me? Although you're considered the most accomplished one in the Phoenixes, you're still far from being able to contend against me. The silver light around Ruyen's body became even brighter. Her dark green hair fluttered behind her back under the effect of her Do Chi. She firmly said, Senior, for my daughter, I can give up everything, including my own life. As she said this, she lightly sent out a palm towards the Ice Goddess Priestess. The condensed earth Saint Do Chi condensed in the air and silently rushed towards the Ice Goddess Priestess's chest. She didn't expect this full-strength palm to be able to defeat the Ice Goddess Priestess. She only wanted to force Ru Chi out of the cave first. Facing the full-strength palm of the swordsman who was close to God tier, the Ice Goddess Priestess didn't retreat. There wasn't enough time for her to chant an incantation. She flipped her right hand and also sent out a palm. Surrounded by a blue hexagram, the golden radiance floated out and directly met Ruyen's attack head-on under the lock of mental energy. Ruyen didn't expect the Ice Goddess Priestess to be able to use such a godly method to fight against her. Their Do Chi collided. With a light sound, both of their bodies trembled at the same time. However, the Ice Goddess Priestess didn't move from her original position. On the other hand, Ruyen, who had activated her royal feather, took a step back. Her face suddenly changed. She involuntarily said, Huangji Acupoint, You actually opened the Huangji acupoint. Other than this reason, she really couldn't think of any other reason why the ice goddess priestess could fight against her Saint Do Chi. Not bad, at least you have some eyesight. Now, do you still think you can fight against me? The ice goddess priestess calmly looked at Yu Ruyan. Yu Ruyan sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, she thought she could still fight against the ice goddess priestess with her phoenix's supreme and 9 changes. Although she definitely couldn't win, at least she had a chance to take her 2 daughters away. As long as she saw Feng Nu wake up, escaping with the help of the mother and daughter shouldn't be a problem. However, the ice goddess priestess had opened her 3rd acupoint, and it was the strongest Huangji acupoint. She was very clear that she couldn't win against her opponent. Seeing Yu Ruyan remain silent, the ice goddess priestess calmly said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. I think you don't want Bing Yin to be hurt. Let's go outside. As long as you can defeat me, I'll let you take Bing Yin away." Her words were filled with strong confidence. After all, she had been an invincible existence for so many years. Yu Ruyan took a deep breath. She already had a plan in mind. "Do I have a choice?" "Your Excellency, Ice Goddess Priestess." The Ice Goddess Priestess coldly said, "At that time, I was willing to accept Bing Yin. First, I saw that you were pitiful. Second, I saw that Bing Yin really did have great potential. Since she is already my disciple, I can't let you take her away. Come." As she spoke, she floated out of the cave under the blue light. Yu Ruyan glanced at Bing Yin and Feng Nu on the ground. She took a deep breath and followed. She now only hoped that Feng Nu could wake up sooner. Only then would they have a chance to escape. The ice goddess priestess floated in midair. Balls of ice elements condensed into beautiful ice flowers that floated around her body. Seeing Yu Ruyan spread her wings and follow her out, she coldly said, "Show me your strongest ability. Otherwise, you won't be convinced even if you lose." Yu Ruyan let out a low shout. Her illusionary phoenix demon body became illusory as if it had melted into the flames. Scorching hot air swept out. The monstrous flames gathered in the air, forming a flaming tornado. The 9 phoenix transformations entered the 3rd transformation from the 2nd transformation, royal feathers. In an instant, her silver Do Chi transformed into the unique 9 heavenly fire of Feng people. Under the burning of the golden flames, her aura suddenly flourished, suppressing the coldness around her body. Yu Ruyan looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. The flames dyed her clear eyes golden. The golden flames instantly covered a radius of 30 feet and soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky were completely dyed blood red under the red light. The edges of her red wings on her back shone with a faint golden light. Strangely, the seemingly strong flames didn't bring a burning feeling. This was a special effect produced by the extreme burning of 9 Li Do Chi. Phoenix shadow 3 parts. With a flash of red light, 3 figures appeared in the Red Sea with a diameter of 30 feet. 3 identical illusory Yu Ruyan, with the same fiery red wings and the same golden eyes. Feeling the power of Yu Ruyan, the eyes of the ice goddess priestess showed a faint divine light. In the low chanting sound, the breath of ice gradually became stronger, suppressing the breath of 9 leave that was coming from Yu Ruyan. Yu Ruyan underestimated her. She also underestimated Yu Ruyan, who was the #1 expert of the Ottoman Empire. The 3 Yu Ruyan opened their wings at the same time and said, "The true color of the phoenix is not red or gold." In the legends, our ancestor, the phoenix, had the characteristics of a chicken's head, a snake's neck, a swallow's jaw, a turtle's back, a fish's tail, and feathers of 5 different colors. The 5th transformation of the phoenix's 9 transformations is phoenix, phoenix, flap, wings, 5, colors, movement. The first to change was the wings on the backs of the 3 Yu Ruyan. The original golden red light pulsated with 5 different colors. Although it was still based on golden red, the wings with 5 different colors looked much more gorgeous. The three bodies stretched out their right hands at the same time. 5 colored flames condensed in their hands. The 5 colored lights condensed into a feather-like object about 3 feet long. The 3 bodies and 6 wings flapped at the same time, and the passionate cry of the phoenix resounded through the heavens and earth. The 3 Urians brought great pressure to the ice goddess priestess. Her expression also became serious. The 3 acupuncture points on her right hand, chest, and lower abdomen released 2 gold and 1 silver light at the same time. Under the support of the innate chi, the 3 colored lights formed a close-fitting light shield, enveloping the ice goddess priestess's body. At this time, Urian was no longer a swordsman. Instead, she represented the 3 swordsmen at the peak of the swordsman realm. Moreover, they were 3 swordsmen with complete telepathy. Her phoenix shadow doppelganger was definitely not a simple illusion. In order to save her daughter, Urian did not hold back anymore. The 3 bodies raised the phoenix feathers in their hands at the same time, converging at one point in the air. The 5 colored lights surrounded that point and continuously condensed. Under the strong fluctuation of the 9 abandonment do chi, her body changed again. Shao Shao, 90%, the Phoenix Emperor arrives. The 3 bodies turned into 5 colored lightning at the same time, instantly merging into the 5 colored lights emitted by the 3 phoenix feathers. The 3 phoenix feathers turned around, and the 5 colored lights were instantly released. In the expanding light, the cry of the phoenix pierced through heaven and earth. Phoenix 6 transformations. The 6th transformation. Yes, Urian had already completed the 6th transformation of the Phoenix 9 transformations. It was also because she was able to reach the 6th transformation that she was the swordsman closest to becoming a god-tier master. A huge 5 colored phoenix that was 10 feet long floated in the air. The 5 colored ripples were constantly spreading outwards. Under the huge pressure, the ice goddess priestess's floating body was pushed back 100 feet. The ice goddess priestess's expression finally changed. Urian had transformed into a phoenix, and her strength had increased to the peak. She was very clear that unless she used God's descent again, there was no way she could defeat Urian. She already had a very high estimation of Urian, but she found that she had miscalculated. If it was in the past, she would not hesitate to use God's descent to defeat Urian. The dignity of the ice goddess priestess could not be violated by anyone. However, at this moment, could she still do that? Not long ago, she forcefully used a forbidden spell without using an incantation, and then used God's descent. This had already greatly damaged her vitality, and she had not yet recovered. In the face of such a strong battle, if she used God's descent again, it was very likely that it would bring irreparable damage to her. At this moment, the ice goddess priestess hesitated. The huge phoenix circled in the sky, spreading its 10 feet wide wings to welcome the ice goddess priestess. Urian's voice sounded, "Senior, you have taught Bingyan for many years. I really don't want to fight with you. However, I can't lose my daughter. Please let Bingyan go." Pride defeated reason, and the gold and silver light protecting the ice goddess priestess body suddenly became stronger. The dignity of a god cannot be violated. Urian, I have said that once you enter my door, you will never regret it. I want to see if the 6th transformation of Feng people can contend with my god's descent. Just as the ice goddess priestess was about to chant an incantation, a loud dragon roar came from afar. A small red cloud kept expanding, and in just a few blinks of an eye, it arrived in front of them. It was a huge fiery red dragon. Its huge body was not smaller than Urian's phoenix. The dragon spread its wings, breaking the wind. Because its speed was too fast, its huge body left behind a faint afterimage. The ice goddess priestess, who was just about to chant an incantation, stopped. Looking at the fiery red dragon coming from afar, she frowned. The aura of fire was the thing she hated the most. Moreover, she could clearly feel that the energy attached to this fiery dragon was not inferior to her god's descent. The one behind them was the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes. When he found that Nian Bing's situation was not right, he immediately rushed over at full speed. In order to fly at the highest speed possible, he changed back to his true form. On the way, he heard the call from the sixth Dragon King. He did not have time to explain why he was not by Nian Bing's side and rushed over at full speed. When Nian Bing's light element god's descent was cast, he knew that things were bad. However, he had no time to hesitate. He could only hope that he had arrived in time. However, when he set off, he was still in Ice Snow City. He was still one step behind the Ice Goddess Priestess, who was close by. From afar, Garamandes saw Uruyan, who was in the midst of transforming into a phoenix. Although Uruyan had already transformed into a phoenix, Garamandes, who had seen her before, still recognized her at a glance. Seeing Uruyan, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was very clear about Uruyan's strength. Before Nian Bing's aura disappeared, she was in the vicinity. In his opinion, with Uruyan around, Nian Bing should not be in too much danger. Stopping in front of the phoenix, transformed by Uruyan, Garamandes opened his dragon mouth. "And little phoenix, we meet again. Last time I said that your 9 phoenix transformations had not only reached the 5th transformation. It seems that my judgment was right. Oh, who is this? Isn't it that ice goddess priestess? Only your ice magic can reach such a level among humans." The ice goddess priestess said in a deep voice, "Dragons, you dragons have always been silent on the continent. If I remember correctly in the records, dragons are not allowed to intervene in the affairs of humans." The appearance of the Fire Dragon King immediately made her panic. One Uruyan was already difficult to deal with, and now there was another fire dragon who was not weaker than her. She knew that she had no chance of winning. Garamandes chuckled and said, "Of course I won't interfere. However, this little phoenix is my friend's godmother. I can't just watch you deal with her. If you attack her and I take a hit, won't I be able to counterattack?" The ice goddess priestess said coldly, "Good, remember what you said today. If one day I go to the continent of gods, I will definitely report your words to the gods." Garamandes snorted disdainfully and said, "You think I'm afraid? We dragons are the noblest race. You, a little human, actually dare to threaten me and offend the dignity of dragons. I have the right to challenge you. I think those so-called gods in the continent of gods won't speak up for you. Since the War of the Gods, when the strongest gods fell into a deep sleep, the status of the dragon god in the continent of gods had greatly increased. Although the strength of the ice goddess priestess was comparable to ordinary gods, as the proud Fire Dragon King, Garamandes still didn't put her in his eyes. "You." The ice goddess priestess's eyes flashed with cold light. Just when she was about to cast God's descent regardless of the consequences, Garamandes's words made her dispel the idea. "Don't think that you are the strongest among humans. If I and the little phoenix were to use dragon phoenix resonance, even if you use God's descent, you will still die. If you are a smart person, get out of here immediately. I, the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes, will wait for your revenge at any time." The ice goddess priestess took a deep breath and barely suppressed the anger in her heart. She glared at Garamandes fiercely and suddenly accelerated, turning into a blue light and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Garamandes snorted and said, "As a human, it is rare to be able to cultivate to this level in the Yangon continent. I really didn't expect that she had opened 3 apertures, and one of them was the Huangji aperture. If her Huangji aperture had evolved to the middle stage, I am afraid that even I wouldn't be able to deal with her." After all, he was the Dragon King. Just by looking at the protective light of the ice goddess priestess, he could judge the level of her ability. With a flash of red light, Garamandes turned into a human and looked at Uruyan, who had transformed into a colorful phoenix. He said, "Little phoenix, why are you here? Why are you fighting with that guy again?" The colorful light disappeared, and Uruyan returned to her human form. Her face was pale, although she could use the 6th of the 9 phoenix transformations. This was already her limit. If she really fought with the ice goddess, the result could be imagined. Before she reached the 7th era, her strength was not enough to contend with a god-descending master. Uruyan sighed softly and said, "She wanted to take my daughter, so I fought with her. Ah, Senior, quickly come and see if Nianbing can be saved. I am afraid that he—" Garamandes was shocked and said, "Quickly take me there." Under the lead of Uruyan, they returned to the cave in the blink of an eye. Garamandes looked at Nianbing's appearance, and his heart sank. He cursed. That rascal actually used the curse of life again. This broken magic is simply drinking poison to quench thirst. Moreover, it is light magic. Damn it, this time he is really dead. Although he was cursing, his hands had already pulled Nianbing up and transferred his pure fire element into Nianbing's body to check his condition. With a groan, Feng Nu opened her eyes and woke up from her coma. She was not seriously injured like Bingyan. Nianbing's angel's tear and spiritual power quickly merged with her body, allowing her to enter the Xiantian realm. Ah, where is Nianbing? Mother, how is Nianbing? As soon as Feng Nu woke up, she looked for Nianbing. She saw Garamandes carrying Nianbing. Looking at his lifeless appearance, Feng Nu's heart trembled. In a flash, she appeared in front of Nianbing and grabbed his hand. Nianbing's hand was very cold. Feng Nu could clearly feel that there was no trace of life in his body. How can this be? Why is it like this? Feng Nu looked at Nianbing's corpse in a daze. Garamandes said in a deep voice, "You will have to answer this question. Why did Nianbing use a power that exceeded his own limit? Why don't you think about it? If he did not use the ancestral curse as the price, how could he use the light element spell that he was not proficient in and reach the level of God's descent?" At this time, Nianbing's body trembled. His skin shone with a layer of gray luster, and he slowly opened his eyes. Except for his hair, which was still gray, he seemed to have recovered his spirit. Using strength from his waist, he stood up. "Uncle, let me tell you what happened." Nianbing. Feng Nu was pleasantly surprised. She was about to throw herself into the arms of Nianbing, but was stopped by Nianbing. "Don't, sister-in-law, don't be like this. Nianbing will not know that I have hugged you. Although this is his body, I am afraid he will not spare me." Feng Nu was slightly stunned. Looking at the Nianbing in front of her, a strange feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Although it was the same Nianbing, the current Nianbing's temperament was completely different. She could not tell what the difference was, but she could clearly feel it. Uruyan looked at Nianbing in shock and said, "Aren't you dead?" "How?" Garamandes said, "He is not Nianbing, his name is Oscar. He is my friend's child, Kaka. For some reason, he and Nianbing's soul share the same body. Now, I am afraid that Nianbing is really dead, and Kaka is controlling this body. This is Nianbing's godmother, you can call her aunt." Unknowingly, he had already raised Uruyan to the same level as him. Uruyan and Feng Nu found it hard to accept this fact. After all, the situation that Garamandes said was too strange. Oscar nodded and said, "Aunt Yu, hello, I am Oscar." "Uncle, let me explain it to you. Perhaps it will be clearer. It's like this." While speaking, he looked at Garamandes in the eyes. Through the unique ability of dragons, he slowly transferred his memory into Garamandes' body. After a long while, Garamandes finally understood what happened. The memory that Kaka brought to him was from when Nianbing captured Bingyan until he used God's descent at the cost of cursing his life. Raising his head and breaking away from Oscar's gaze, Garamandes looked at Uruyan with eyes full of anger. "You bastard! Why didn't you give Nianbing a chance to explain before attacking him? Do you know what's going on? Why don't you think about why Nianbing captured Bingyan and brought her to this place? He just wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of his parents. When he was young, he lost his parents because they were persecuted by the priests of the ice goddess. The reason why he has today's achievements is because of the motivation generated by hatred. He captured your daughter and brought her to this cave just to ask her about the real whereabouts of his parents and to ask whether his parents are dead or alive. Yes, he did have sex with your daughter, but do you know under what circumstances that happened? That's because your daughter wanted to harm him. So she put an unknown fruit in the food. After they ate it, they found out that it turned out to be an aphrodisiac. But they found out too late, so everything happened. You killed Nian Bing. I'm going to kill you. Seeing Garamandes raise his hand, Feng Nu hurriedly stood in front of her mother. Oscar also pulled Garamandes' side and said, "Uncle, don't do it." In fact, it was Nian Bing who wanted to die. Chapter 161. The angry Garamandes was slightly stunned and said, "Kaka, what do you mean? Why would Nian Bing want to die?" Oscar sighed and said, "That's the truth." Although it wasn't from the bottom of his heart, Nian Bing had that kind of relationship with Bing Yin and imprisoned Bing Yin here for 10 days. He suddenly found out that Bing Yin was his godmother's daughter and met Feng Nu's sister-in-law. He didn't know how to face that kind of awkward situation. Originally, he didn't want to die. He only thought that no matter how Aunt Urian punished him, he was willing to accept it. But Bing Yin actually blocked the sword for him, making him feel that he couldn't repay this love. He deeply loved Feng Nu's sister-in-law and the girl called Longling. But after what happened between him and Bing Yin, coupled with the time they spent together, he knew that he couldn't abandon Bing Yin. And Bing Yin was dying in order to save him. In order to save Bing Yin, he had no choice but to use the method of cursing life to activate the powerful forbidden curse. At that time, if he had chosen a little slower, Bing Yin would have died. When he used the power he obtained from cursing life to reconstruct Bing Yin's heart and open her Tianyan acupoint, the intense guilt he felt towards Feng Nu's sister-in-law and the girl Longling made him use all of his remaining energy to transform their bodies with Angel's Tear and the innate qi condensed from his life force. Ice helped them leave the seeds to open their Tianyan acupoints. Although Nian Bing lost her life force, he was satisfied when his consciousness disappeared. At least he felt that he had atoned for his sins. Before he died, he said that he could only do this much for Feng Nu's sister-in-law. So he could say that he wanted to die, not because Aunt Urian forced him. Sai, why would he want to die? He still hasn't saved his parents, so he wanted to live well. But Bing Yan's death forced him to make this decision. No one knew better than Oscar how Nian Bing felt at that time. Nian Bing didn't want to die, but at that time, could he not save Bing Yin? No, absolutely not. In fact, Oscar's judgment was wrong. When Nian Bing saved Bing Yin, he couldn't restrain his life force anymore. The forbidden curse of life was extremely evil. If Nian Bing only used normal magic, there might be a chance to forcibly suppress the loss of life force. But he used light magic, which he wasn't proficient in, and he even used God's descent. His life force's life force. He couldn't retract its life force. In this situation, he could only output all the energy he had and do what he wanted to do. Otherwise, the huge amount of energy would disappear along with his life force. Yu Ruiyan looked at Nian Bing, whose temperament had completely changed. She wanted to say something, but Feng Nu knelt in front of Fire Dragon King Garamandes. "Senior Dragon King, I beg you, please save Nian Bing. You are the great Dragon King. You must have a way." If he still had doubts about his feelings for Nian Bing after discovering what happened between Nian Bing and Bing Yin, all his doubts disappeared when Nian Bing passed the angel's tear into his body. He could clearly feel Nian Bing's endless love in the angel's tear. Garamandes gradually calmed down. He sighed and shook his head. "I can't lie to you. Girl, get up. I really don't have a way." His life force has completely disappeared. If not for the fact that his celestial eye acupoint has evolved to the middle stage, I'm afraid that even his soul would disappear. Although his soul consciousness is still in his celestial eye acupoint, he has completely lost his life force. It's almost impossible to save him. You don't need to beg. I will do my best. Now, we can only bring him back and think of a solution with the help of the 7 Dragon Kings. Nian Bing has been carrying hatred since he was young. Sometimes his personality is a little strange, even a little cold. But he is really so kind. Do you still remember when he asked me to bring you out of the cold mountain range? Although I don't know how he persuaded you, the real reason is because the 7 Dragon Kings are about to face a disaster. He was afraid that you would be hurt, so he asked me to send you away. And he himself used the curse of life for the first time to save us with all his strength. The reason why Oscar shared his body with him was because of that incident. If not for Nian Bing's good luck, he would have died. He is a great benefactor to us dragons. As long as we can do it, we will not be stingy with our abilities. We will definitely save him. With a wave of his hand, he helped Feng Nu up. The Phoenix Maiden's heart was filled with sorrow. As she looked at Nian Bing, who was no longer the Nian Bing in front of her, she deeply understood the man's feelings for her. Due to a freak combination of factors, things had turned out this way. She couldn't help but feel a little lost. However, if she could choose to pass her life force to Nian Bing now, she wouldn't hesitate at all. Bing Yin, who was lying on the ground, moved. The golden wings on her back closed and opened again, pushing her body to sit up. Her reaction was almost the same as Feng Nu's. When she saw Oscar standing there, she immediately stood up. Nian Bing, are you okay? She took a step forward, wanting to observe Nian Bing herself. But because her mother was beside her, she forced herself to stop in front of Nian Bing and looked at him carefully. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Why did you save me? Are you okay? Oscar smiled bitterly. Should I call you sister-in-law Bing Yin? I am fine, but boss Nian Bing is in trouble. Looking at the confused Bing Yin, he quickly explained what happened. Bing Yin already felt that something was wrong when Nian Bing used the light elemental god's descent spell. She had been practicing magic since she was young and knew that magic could not be used beyond one's level. When she heard Oscar's words, she was in a daze. The deathly stillness she had when she was first violated by Nian Bing gradually appeared. However, she didn't cry. Instead, she turned to Ruyan and said, Mom, did my master come by just now? I can sense her aura. Ruyan nodded and said sadly, Your master wanted to take you away, but how can I let her take you away in your current situation? We almost fought. Luckily, Senior Fire Dragon King arrived in time and scared your master away. But looking at her, it seems like she won't give up so easily. Bing Yun sighed and said, Master raised me since I was young. I am greatly indebted to her. Unfortunately, I can't repay her kindness now. She turned to Garamandes and said, Senior, can you take me away? Garamandes was stunned and said, Girl, what are you doing? Although Bing Yun and Feng Nu were somewhat similar, their beauty was completely different. The Phoenix girl was as beautiful as a blooming rose, while the frozen cloud was more like a winter sweet, proudly blooming in a world of ice and snow. Compared to them, the dragon spirit was slightly inferior in terms of appearance. However, her lily-like gentleness was something that Frozen Cloud and the Phoenix girl did not possess. The 3 women each had their own strengths. Garamandes secretly lamented that it was a pity. Nian Bing, oh Nian Bing, if you didn't die, how lucky would you be? Bing Yan's face revealed a smile, as if the frost on her body had melted. I am already his person. Bing Yan has already died from Mother's sword. Now there is only Lan Chen. Lan Chen's life was given by Nian Bing, so her life belongs only to Nian Bing. No matter whether Nian Bing lives or dies, for the rest of her life, Lan Chen will only stay by Nian Bing's side, even if it is only to guard his soul. She was definitely not a person who was easily moved, but once she was moved, it was like a volcanic eruption that couldn't be stopped. She didn't even care about Nian Bing's life or death. No matter what happened to Nian Bing, she would protect him. Ruyan's eyes reddened, and she choked with sobs. Chin, it's all Mother's fault. If I wasn't so impulsive at that time, things wouldn't have turned out like this. You, Lanchin shook her head and said, No, mother, how can this be blamed on you? If it was any other mother, if their child was bullied, they would also do the same thing as you. Mother, please forgive your daughter for being unfilial and not being able to serve the two of you. As she spoke, she knelt in front of Yuruyan's mother and bowed. Yuruyan helped Lanchin up, and her tears uncontrollably flowed down. Chunchin, mother understands your intentions. Don't worry and go. Feng Nu, you should also go with your sister. You can take care of each other. As she spoke, she pulled Feng Nu, who was beside her, and placed the sisters' hands together. Feng Nu's body trembled. Mother, then you and father. Although she also wanted to plead with her mother like Bingyan, the sense of responsibility in her heart was even stronger. It was not easy for her to reunite with her parents. Yuruyan shook her head and said, You should pursue your own happiness. Although I can't bear to part with you, Nian Bing can only be loved by the two of you. Go. All these years, your father and I have lived well without the two of you by our side. Mother only hopes that, whether or not Nian Bing can be saved, the two of you can come home often to see him, okay? Mother. The three of them hugged each other and cried loudly. Even Lanchin could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. Garamandes glanced at Oscar and said, It seems that we can't not bring them along. Since that's the case, we might as well go to Ice Snow City and pick up Ling. That girl's love for Nian Bing is definitely not any less than theirs. Perhaps with them by her side, it will be easier to awaken Nian Bing's consciousness. Their consciousness has just been awakened and has not entered the initial stage. Following me will also be better for them to cultivate. Long Ling's mood was especially good these 2 days because she had already received news from Ice Moon City. The 7th prince, Yen Feng, had ascended to the throne, while the 5th prince, Yen Yun, had mysteriously died. Her engagement with Yen Yun had naturally been broken, although she did not know how Nian Bing did it. When she thought that Nian Bing would come back to be with her, she was indescribably happy. The sky suddenly turned golden, scaring Long Ling looking at the peaceful sky. A strong sense of unease rose in her heart. Just as she did not know what had happened, 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. Long Ling could clearly feel that the rays of light were emitting a warm feeling. There was a flash of light, and the golden light transformed into formless energy that flowed into her heart and fused with her body. In that instant, her heart was filled with boundless love, and Nian Bing's appearance appeared clearly in her mind. In the next moment, the silver light pierced through her forehead. Before the dragon spirit could react, she felt a rumble in her head and lost consciousness. Watching Garamandes transform into a huge fire dragon and leave with Oscar, Lanchan, and Feng Nu, Yuruyan could not help but cry again. Their family was finally reunited, but they were separated again. As a mother, she could not suppress the sadness in her heart. However, she knew that she could only make this choice. Whether it was for Bing Yan's safety or for the wishes of the 2 sisters, she would not stop Lanchin and Feng Nu from leaving. Now, she could only pray silently, pray that Nian Bing could come back from the dead. That way, their family could truly be reunited. When Garamandes and the others returned to Ice Snow City, Long Ling was still in a coma. Although she had also received the angel's tear, her strength was not as strong as Feng Nu and Bing Yan. Therefore, the transformation process was much longer. Although Long Ji did not know why his daughter had become like this, he could feel that Long Ling's body was constantly being transformed by a pure energy. This was definitely not a bad thing. Therefore, he only placed Long Ling in her own room and did not use magic to stop the energy from being released. Garamandes brought Oscar, Lanchan, and Feng Nu back to Qingfengjai. As soon as he entered, he saw Xuejing scolding the waiter. When Xuejing saw that Garamandes had returned, her eyes lit up and revealed a trace of joy. However, She quickly put on a stern face and walked up to him. She grabbed Garamandes' ear and said angrily, "Stupid fire dragon, you still know how to come back?" "Ouch, it hurts." "I say, Silence, can you be gentler? No matter what, I'm still your master. Is this how you show respect to your master?" Garamandes repeatedly wailed, but there was no trace of dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, he revealed a smile as if he was already used to the current situation. Xuejing snorted and pulled his ear even harder. "You still respect your teacher? You left so suddenly and didn't even say anything." "Humph. How are you behaving like a teacher?" She couldn't help but blush at this point. In the past few months, she had been practicing martial arts with Garamandes, and her strength had greatly increased. Even if she did not use the sword that Garamandes had given her, she had already reached the level of a martial fighter. Even Polar Snow had benefited from his daughter. With Garamandes' tens of thousands of years of experience, a few words of advice from him would be extremely useful. However, although Garamandes was very serious when teaching Xuejing, he always asked to teach Xuejing some martial arts moves. Naturally, his hands would not be idle, and he always wanted to take advantage of Xuejing. For this, he had been taught a lot by Xuejing, but he was happy to do so. On the contrary, he liked Xuejing's straightforward personality more. As Xuejing got closer to Garamandes, she realized that this guy called Long Ho was actually so knowledgeable. Moreover, his hidden strength was so strong that she had never imagined it. What made Xuejing the most satisfied was that Garamandes could endure her temper. No matter how she bullied him, he was willing to take it, and did not put on the airs of a master at all. Although she did not say it on the surface, unknowingly her heart had gradually leaned towards Garamandes. Seeing the Fire Dragon King, who could even force away the Ice Goddess Priestess, being pulled by the ear by a human girl without any resistance, Oscar and the other two were stunned. Oscar was still fine. He was connected to Nianbing's soul, so he naturally knew some things about Xuejing and Garamandes. However, Feng Nu and Lan Qin did not know. If it was not for the fact that Nianbing's matter was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts, they would have laughed out loud. After all, Garamandes' current appearance was just too comical. Garamandes said with a wry smile, "Silence, listen to me, okay? Actually, I didn't leave for long. If something didn't happen to Nianbing, why would I suddenly leave?" Xuejing glanced at Oscar, who was behind Garamandes. She then looked at Feng Nu and her sister, who were even more beautiful than her. She became even angrier. Something happened to him? What could happen to him? Humph, what's with these two women? I know you don't have the guts. Nianbing, you're good. You've only been gone for a few months, and you already have a confidant. How can you face my little sister Longling? Xuejing's voice was rough and loud, which attracted the surprised gazes of the guests in the cool breeze room. Garamandes hurriedly said, "Things aren't as simple as you think. Let go of my hand first, and we'll talk about it in the back." Xuejing snorted, then let go of Garamandes' hand and said, "Come with me." She turned and walked inside. She brought everyone to a quiet room. Oscar closed the door. Xuejing said, "Okay, you can talk now. What happened?" "Nianbing, you have to give me an explanation. Little sisterling, ours temper is too good. I can't let you bully her." "Enough." Garamandes' face darkened. Suddenly, a strong pressure filled the room. Xuejing, who was about to fly into a rage, calmed down. It was the first time she saw Garamandes lose his temper. Although she was surprised, she was still a little scared. She muttered, "Why are you so fierce? Why are you so loud? It's not like I can't hear you." Hearing Xuejing's words, Garamandes' stern face almost collapsed. He forced himself to hold back his laughter and coughed. "Silence. At this point, there are some things I can no longer hide from you. First of all, something did happen to Nianbing. You can say that he's already dead. The person you see in front of you isn't Nianbing himself." Then he briefly explained the matter between Nianbing, Feng Nu, and Lan Qin. "So, even if Nianbing can be saved, I'm afraid he won't be able to help the Cool Breeze Room participate in the god of cookery's great winter. You have to tell your father. Shuejing stared blankly at Garamandes. Nianbing is dead? You're not lying to me, right? Although she had always hated Nianbing, she couldn't help but feel sad when she suddenly heard that Nianbing was dead. Garamandes sighed and said, Even if you doubt my character, you shouldn't doubt the brotherly relationship between Nianbing and me. Do you think I would joke about his life? There's one more thing I have to tell you. Silence. I'm afraid the fate between us master and disciple is coming to an end. I probably won't be coming back in the future. Shuejing's delicate body trembled. What do you mean? Don't tell me you won't be coming back after saving Nianbing? You don't want me as your disciple anymore? She was used to having Garamandes by her side. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of loss. She bit her lips, and a complicated light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly realized that she couldn't leave this man. Garamandes gave a bitter smile and said, No, it's not that I don't want you. I'm afraid you don't want me anymore. Silence! There's something I've been hiding from you, including the fact that the name Dragonfire is fake. I really like you. In my 1,000 years, you're the only woman who has moved my heart. But if you know my true identity, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to accept me. Saying this, he couldn't help but reveal a sad expression. Shuejing was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, What's your identity? Do you think I'm someone who cares about your identity? Even if you're a beggar, as long as I think you're good, I'll still be your disciple. Wait a minute. What do you mean by thousands of years? Why don't I understand? Garamandes took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. Silence! The reason why I said you won't accept my identity is because I'm not human. I'm a dragon, a fire dragon. Shuesheng's expression was sluggish for a moment. Then she suddenly laughed out loud. That bell-like laughter made Garamandes's heart tremble. What kind of joke is this? You're a dragon? Then I'm a phoenix. What kind of trick are you thinking of? Are you trying to win my sympathy and make me keep you? I won't keep you. You can go. Garamandes said bitterly, Silence, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. At this time I can't lie to you. Nianbing is in danger. We have to leave here soon. As he said that, he raised his arm. A red light flickered. His arm instantly became thick, stretching out his outer clothes. Under the dense red scales, it turned into a dragon claw. Shuejing's smile froze, looking at Garamandes's serious expression, and then looking at Feng Nu and the others who didn't look surprised at all. She couldn't help but cry out, Are you really a dragon? But why are you? Garamandes nodded and said, Yes, I'm a dragon. Fire Dragon King Garamandes is my name. Nianbing is also very clear about this. As the noble Fire Dragon King, I have the strength equivalent to a human divine master. At the same time, with the secret technique of dragons, I can transform into a human. My body structure is no different from a human's. Perhaps it's because of this. That's why I fell in love with you. I know it's hard for you to accept this, but it's all the truth. All right, I've said what I need to say. No matter how you look at it, we have the fate of being master and disciple. Silence. If I've caused you any trouble in the past, Garamandes would like to apologize to you. We have to go. His heart was in pain, just like when he lost the light dragon king Demanteti. It was so difficult to make this choice. If it wasn't for Nianbing's sudden accident, he probably wouldn't have been able to make up his mind. After all, the biggest problem between him and Shuejing was that they were of different races. Could a dragon and a human really be together? Even Garamandes himself couldn't be sure about this. It was better to be quick than to be in pain for a long time. He had already discovered that his love for Shuejing was getting deeper and deeper. If this dragged on, he didn't know if he would have the courage to tell Shuejing the truth in the future. Although his heart was in pain now, there was a sense of relief. Seeing Garamandes walk out, and seeing Oscar and Feng Nu stand up to leave with him, Shuejing suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Garamandes turned around. His expression had become silence. "Silence, you should change your temper. Otherwise, without me by your side, you'll be at a disadvantage. You must continue practicing the cultivation method I taught you. It'll be very beneficial for you." "Wow, what are you doing?" He was saying this with a pained heart when Shuejing suddenly appeared in front of him and pinched his cheeks. Shuejing's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. "Are you really a dragon? You look exactly like us humans after becoming human. That's so fun. Why didn't you say you were some fire dragon king earlier? If I knew you were a legendary dragon, maybe I would have decided to marry you." Marrying a dragon king is really a good choice. As she said this, she looked at the stunned Garamandes with a smile in her eyes. Let alone Garamandes, even Feng Nu, Lan Qin, and Oscar at the side were shocked by the sudden change. None of them thought that Shuejing's reaction would be like this. As the pain on his face gradually increased, Garamandes finally woke up. Ignoring his face being pinched by Shuejing, he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and asked tentatively, "Are you serious?" Shangjing smiled slightly and said, "What? Are you afraid that I'll regret it? I've decided, from now on, I'll remove your master's identity. Since you're a dragon king, you have to always protect me, but..." Garamandes's heart alternated between pain and excitement, becoming very sensitive. When he heard Shuejing's tone change, he immediately became nervous. "But what?" Shuejing said, "But if you're a dragon, you should be able to fly, right? If you can't fly, I won't admit that you're a dragon." "Fly? I can, of course I can. Don't talk about turning back into a dragon. I can even fly in my human form right now. This is easy, this is too easy." "Silence, you really don't dislike me?" Shuejing smiled and said, "What? Are you going back on your words? You don't want me anymore. I'll tell you, stinky dragon, if you don't want me, I'll go wherever you go in the future." "Heavens!" Garamandes made an exaggerated gesture and sighed to the sky. "Heavens, aren't you just messing with me? If I knew that Silence liked me as a dragon, I would have gotten my hands on her sooner." Shuejing skillfully pinched his ear and said, "All right, don't waste time. Don't you need to hurry up and save Nianbing? I'll go say hello to my father and tell him that I'm going out to play with Ling for a few days. We'll leave together. Oh, right, don't tell my father that you're a dragon. Although I can accept it, it doesn't mean that my father can too." Garamandes was in a good mood. "Yes, my great wife. I, the great fire dragon king Garamandes, will give you these 3 great words in the future." Shuejing pinched his arm and glared at him before running out of the room. However, she didn't object to the way Garamandes addressed her. In fact, it wasn't Garamandes' identity as a dragon king that moved her, but Garamandes' confession. Although he was a dragon, Shuejing had gone through all kinds of things in the past. If she wanted to receive true love, she had to pay the same price. 2 hours later, Garamandes transformed into a dragon again and brought everyone out of Ice Snow City. There were 2 more people leaving with them. Shuejing and Longling was still unconscious. Garamandes didn't care if Longling agreed or not. He didn't even tell him and left with Longling. Although there were 5 people sitting on his back, Garamandes didn't slow down at all. Shuejing sat at the front. He deliberately showed off and deliberately increased his speed to the limit. His whole body emitted a layer of fiery red light to protect everyone so that the wind wouldn't blow them. It was the first time she flew into the air, and it was even sitting on the back of her beloved dragon. Shuejing was very satisfied and cheered happily. With her adjusting the atmosphere, Feng Nu and Bingyan, who had been silent, also relaxed a little. Garamandes spared no expense in flying. In just one day, they had already arrived at the cold mountain range between the Ice Moon Empire and the Longmu Empire. From afar, Shuejing saw 6 colorful lights circling in the air. As they got closer, she could clearly see that the 6 colorful lights were actually 6 dragons like Garamandes. On the way back, Garamandes had already used the dragon's communication method to inform Kageos and the others. Judging that they were about to return, all the Dragon King came out to welcome them at the same time. The fiery red dragon wings spread wide, and Garamandes' forward momentum instantly slowed down. He stopped 100 feet away from the sixth Dragon King, lowered his head, and said, "I'm back." Chapter 162. Garamandes, have you forgotten your duty? Nianbing is a great benefactor to us dragons. You are supposed to protect her on our behalf. How could something like this happen? Facing Kageos' questioning, Garamandes said bitterly, "This is indeed my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment." Demanteti tried to smooth things over and said, "Let's talk about the punishment later. Saving Nianbing is more important. Oh, since you have brought a lot of friends, we should introduce ourselves. I am Light Dragon King Demanteti, Oscar's mother." As she spoke, she shook her dragon tail and touched Kageos, who had a solemn aura. Only the Light Dragon King could make the Dark Dragon King unable to do anything. She shook her head helplessly and said, "I am Dark Dragon King Kageos." As soon as Kageos finished speaking, an urgent voice sounded. "Beautiful ladies, I am the handsome, elegant, tall, and mighty Space Dragon King Kageos. I am still single and can transform into a human form that is exactly the same as a human." Fatso stuck out his belly, which was the biggest among all the Dragon Kings, as if nothing had happened. "Feng Nu is back again. We can be considered old acquaintances. I am Earth Dragon King Papaliocas." Xuejin giggled and said, "Your voice sounds very familiar. Don't tell me you are that big fatso who came to our Cool Breeze restaurant with Garamandes to cheat food and drink?" Fortunately, Fatso was in his dragon form and didn't look embarrassed. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Miss Xuejin remembers it so clearly. However, I, Fatso, only ate and drank. Unlike some people, you even tricked the young Mrs. Hart." Garamandes said snappily, "Why, I know you're jealous. This Dragon King is using sincere silence. It's useless even if you're jealous. Look at how fat you are. If you want to find a wife, you'll have to wait for your next life." Azure Dragon scales glittered. "Hello, I am the Wind Dragon King Karadiris." A cold voice followed. "I am the Ice Dragon King Sasaki's." Garamandes chuckled and said, "The last one is me, Fire Dragon King Garamandes." Feng Nu knew that whether or not Nianbing's life could be saved depended on these 7 Dragon King. She quickly returned the greeting respectfully and said, "Feng Nu greets the seniors." Lan Chen also nodded to the 7 Dragon King and said, "Lan Chen greets the seniors." "Mom." Oscar tapped Garamandes' back and suddenly jumped up. He and Nianbing were sharing this human body and couldn't fly at all, but he wasn't worried at all. Golden light shone. Just as Oscar expected, Demanteti caught him on her back and said with a smile, "Oh, you! Why are you still so impetuous?" Oscar said excitedly, "Mom, I miss you so much. Are you and Dad okay?" Kageos' huge earth dragon eyes flashed with a strange light and said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's go back first. We have to think of a way to save Nianbing first." The Dragon King brought the new guests back to the home of the Light Dragon King and the Dark Dragon King. The 7 Dragon Kings transformed into their human forms. They didn't delay at all. After making arrangements for Xuejin, Feng Nu, and the unconscious Longling, they brought Oscar into the inner cave. At the same time, they laid down 7 layers of powerful restrictions outside to prevent outsiders from invading. After entering the inner cave, Kageos stood still. Suddenly he said coldly, "Kaka, do you know your crime?" Oscar was taken aback and said, "Dad, what did I do?" De Mantegni grumbled, "What are you doing?" The child just came back. "Why are you teaching him a lesson?" This time, Kageos' attitude didn't change because of his wife's persuasion. His voice suddenly became unusually cold. "Speak. Where did you learn the Dragon God's Heart Sutra?" As soon as these words came out, not only did the Light Dragon King Demanteti's face change, but the faces of the other 5 Dragon King also changed. It must be known that the Dragon God's Heart Sutra was the supreme Heart Sutra that only dragon gods could cultivate. According to the rules of dragons, if anyone secretly learned the Dragon God's Heart Sutra, there was only one result: destruction. Moreover, it would directly destroy the original dragon soul of the dragon. The other few Dragon King might not be able to feel it, but as the next Dragon King, Kagiosis had already started cultivating the Dragon God's Heart Sutra for some time. Relying on his own powerful strength, he cultivated the Dragon God's Heart Sutra to the 3rd level. Although his strength didn't change much, it had already laid a firm foundation for him to become stronger. When Oscar jumped onto Demanteti's back, Kagiosis was surprised to feel that Oscar also had the aura of the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. Moreover, his Dragon God's Heart Sutra was not inferior to his own and had also reached the 3rd level. Kagiosis was originally a dark dragon. The dragon god didn't care about his identity and actually made him the next dragon god. Even if his son had made a mistake, he had to be fair. Demanteti stepped forward and pulled Oscar. "Kaka! Quickly tell your father that you didn't secretly learn the Dragon God's Heart Sutra, right? You know that's a capital offense." Oscar stole a glance at his father. Although Kagiosis's eyes were full of anger, there was a trace of deep sadness in the depths of his eyes. He slowly nodded and said, "Yes, I did learn the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. However, I learned it by accident. After I started cultivating it, I found out that it was a secret of the dragons. It was already impossible to give it up." Only then did he talk about how he peeked at the secrets in the hearts of the 7 Dragon Kings when they were transmitting their energy, and how he learned the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. Indeed, Oscar's Dragon God's Heart Mantra had also reached the 3rd stage. However, that wasn't because he was stronger than Kagiosis. It was because of the opportunity brought about by the opening of Nianbing's Eye Meridian and Lijiang Meridian. And it was precisely because of the god's descent that Nianbing used today. Although Oscar's energy was strange, he was, after all, the son of the Light Dragon King and Dark Dragon King. Both were his favorite, under the effect of the huge amount of light essence condensed from the angel's tear. His realm actually rose just like that. But at that time he was immersed in grief, and only later did he discover it. Now that his father saw through it, he knew that there was no need to hide it. Demanteti's face was completely drained of blood. No matter how much she loved her son, she didn't dare to influence Kagiosis's decision at this time. She looked at her husband with pleading eyes, but Kagiosis closed his eyes and didn't look at her and Oscar. With a plop, Oscar knelt in front of Kagiosis. "As the son of the Light Dragon King and Dark Dragon King, I am willing to take responsibility for everything I have done. Father, please punish me." Kagiosis let out a long sigh. "Good, as expected of my son. Although you didn't do it on purpose, you still violated the rules of the dragons. Child, go in peace." While saying that, he slowly raised his right hand. Demanteti suddenly threw herself in front of Oscar, saying emotionally, "Do you really want to kill your own son? Then kill me too." She couldn't stop her husband, but she was even more unwilling to see her son die. It took a great deal of effort to have Oscar, and Oscar had lost his body at birth, which made De Mantegni very fond of his son. Kagiosis opened his eyes, which were unexpectedly moist. "Demanteti, get up. The dragon god trusts me so much. How can I show favoritism?" Hey, Kagiosis, don't make a mistake, okay?" Garamandes on the side flashed with red light, blocking in front of Kagiosis. Kagiosis was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Garamandes, I know you have good intentions, but at this time I have to be fair. The rules of the dragons cannot be violated." Garamandes said with a mischievous smile, "Listen to me first. I don't want to stop you." "That's right. Secretly learning the Dragon God's Heart Sutra is a capital offense. At that time, I also wanted to secretly learn some, but I didn't have the guts. I didn't expect Kaka to accidentally learn it. Not bad, young man. You have a promising future. Kagiosis said with slight anger, Garamandes, don't waste your breath in front of me. He already felt uncomfortable enough that he had to execute his son with his own hands. Garamandes said with a smile, Of course I'm not wasting my breath. Kagiosis, let me ask you, is secretly learning the Dragon God's Heart Sutra a major matter of the dragons? Kagiosis nodded. Of course, this is a major crime. Garamandes said, I know you are impartial, but since this is a major matter of the dragons, you don't seem to have the right to decide. Although my father has confirmed that you are the next dragon god, you're not yet, so you can't exercise the power of the dragon god. Kaka's fate should be decided by my father. What's more, now that Kaka and Nianbing are one, the most important thing for us is to save Nianbing, who has done us dragons a great favor. If you punish your son and cause Nianbing to lose even the last hope of resurrection, can you bear this responsibility? Kagiosis hesitated for a moment. Garamandes didn't directly intercede for Kaka, but everything he said was exactly the key point. This, Garamandes said sternly, don't hesitate whether it is to save Nianbing or to deal with Kaka. The dragon Godsama has to make the decision himself. All right, we can only call him again. Demanteti cast a grateful look at Garamandes. Although Kaka's fate was unpredictable, at least he didn't have to die now. Even Kagiosis was secretly relieved. Not only did he not blame Garamandes for mocking him, he was secretly grateful in his heart. He nodded and said, All right, everything will be decided by the dragon Godsama. Oscar retreated to the side, and the 7 dragon kings changed their position. They surrounded the light dragon king Demanteti in the center and raised their right hand at the same time. Kagiosis bit his right middle finger and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the dark dragon king Kagiosis, with my blood as the guide, the dragon power in the darkness, awaken. Garamandes bit his right middle finger and flicked out a drop of blood. I, the fire dragon king Garamandes, with my blood as the guide, the dragon power in the flames, awaken. Sasares bit his right middle finger and flicked out a drop of blood. I, the ice dragon king Sasares, with my blood as the guide, the dragon power in the ice, awaken. Fatso bit his right middle finger and flicked out a drop of blood. I, the earth dragon king Papaliucas, with my blood as the guide, the dragon power in the earth, awaken. Karadiris bit his right middle finger and flicked out a drop of blood. I, the wind dragon king Karadiris, with my blood as the guide, the dragon power in the wind, awaken. Kadiris bit his right middle finger and flicked out a drop of blood. I, the space dragon king Kadiris, with my blood as the guide, the dragon power in the space, awaken. Finally, Demanteti bit her right middle finger and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, she let out a loud dragon roar. I, the light dragon king Demanteti, with my blood as the guide, the dragon power in the light, awaken. Following the incantation, the clothes made of energy on the 7 dragon kings disappeared at the same time and were replaced by 7 colored dragon scales. The 7 colored light blossomed at the same time, and the 7 drops of blood fused in the air. At this time, the 7 dragon kings did not increase their own absolute power, but all of their dragon power. The 7 drops of blood fused together under the infusion of dragon power. The 7 dragon kings' bodies shone with the light of their respective system. They simultaneously chanted in the dragon language, and the fused blood in the air gradually changed. Demanteti let out a long roar, and a milky white light instantly covered the blood. The fused blood seemed to start growing under the light. The area covered by the red light suddenly expanded and actually outlined a small red hexagram. The The 7 Dragon Kings' positions quickly changed. The surrounding 6 Dragon Kings moved to the side and made way for Demanteti. The 7 Dragon Kings simultaneously surrounded the central blood-colored light. Their chanting gradually became louder and louder, filled with a solemn aura. The surging dragon power completely sealed off the entire cave, and a trace of strange aura floated up. The holy light, the haze of darkness, the strange changes of space, the stability of earth, the whisper of wind, the roar of fire, and the sigh of ice. The aura of the 7 magical elements appeared one after another in the 6-pointed star formed by the dragon blood. The 7 Dragon Kings knelt on one knee at the same time and called out loudly, with my dragon power as the medium, the noble dragon god, please listen to our confession and descend. The blood-red hexagonal radiance instantly shone brightly. Amidst the surging energy, the hexagonal radiance slowly descended. When the radiance landed on the ground, a soft white radiance rose up. That white radiance looked like an icy mist. Under the effect of this white radiance, the 7 Dragon Kings floated up and landed in the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the range of this white radiance expanded to every corner of a radius of 15 feet. The radiance gradually dimmed, and a trace of deep and heavy pressure gradually appeared. The pressure didn't increase to the limit at once, but slowly increased. The radiance of the 7 Dragon Kings, led by Dark Dragon King Kagioxus, became brighter and brighter, resisting the increasing pressure. Relying on the combined power of the 7 Dragon Kings and the bloodline of the 7 Dragon Kings as a guide, they once again awakened the supreme ruler of dragons on the distant, godly mainland, the dragon god. A deep sigh came from the milky white light, and the figure of the dragon god slowly emerged from the reddish-gold light. My children, you called me again so soon. Could it be that there's news about Miorda's sealing bottle? Kateriosis said respectfully, Respected Lord Earth Dragon God, we were also forced to summon you. There's still no news about Miorda's sealing bottle. We've been waiting for it. However, something happened to the human who saved us last time. In order to help his friend reshape the heart, he once again used that life curse magic, causing his vitality to completely drain. Fortunately, his heavenly eye acupoint has been promoted to the middle stage, so he didn't completely die. There's still a trace of his soul remaining in the heavenly eye acupoint. We can't help him resurrect, so we can only ask for your help. The dragon god muttered, This is troublesome. That curse itself is an extremely evil magic. After Nianbing used it last time, by chance, it fused with your child's dragon soul, which turned the danger into safety. However, although the dragon's vitality is strong, after all, it's the same as human beings. The situation last time is extremely special and can't be replicated. Moreover, he cursed his life twice in a row. It's almost impossible for him to have another chance. This is troublesome. Kateriosis, didn't I tell you to protect him? Why is he still like this? Without waiting for Kateriosis to speak, Garamandes on the side rushed to say, Lord Dragon God, this is all my fault. I was supposed to protect Nianbing, but this kind of thing happened. I can't absolve myself from the guilt. If I can share my vitality to save him, then I won't hesitate. The dragon god's voice became serious. It's not as simple as you think. Garamandes, let's not talk about punishing you first. Where is Nianbing's body? I want to use my divine sense to feel his current situation and see if there is any other way. Garamandes quickly agreed. Without waiting for him to speak, Oscar had already appeared in front of the Dragon King in a flash, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, Oscar greets Lord Dragon God. The dragon god's golden red figure expanded for a moment, and a kind voice sounded. You are the child of Kateriosis and Demanteti, right? Your energy aura is indeed very special. Kateriosis knew that the dragon god had already felt it, although it was only the dragon god's divine sense that appeared now. With the dragon god's powerful ability, It was impossible for him not to feel Oscar's aura. Kateriosis said in a deep voice, "Lord Dragon God, I still have something to report to you. The child of Demanteti, and I was born with the ability to read minds. When we joined hands to help him evolve, he secretly learned the Dragon God's Heart Sutra from me. This is a great taboo of our race. Lord Dragon God, please punish him. Kateriosis will not complain." The Dragon God fell into a short silence. After a long time he sighed and said, "Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Kateriosis, I can feel the pain in your heart. You and Demanteti went through countless tribulations before you could really come together, and it was not easy for you to have such a child." Black light flashed in Kateriosis's eyes, and he said respectfully, "No, Lord Dragon God, the rules of the race cannot be violated. As the successor of the next Dragon God, I will not be biased. Please deal with it impartially." The Dragon God smiled faintly and said, "The race is a land of death, but we are alive. Yes, secretly learning the Dragon God's Heart Sutra is a great taboo of our race, but seriously speaking, your child is not a member of our race yet, and he also deliberately learned it. Even if you want to deal with him, you have to wait until he regains his dragon body. If he can pass the test of our race at that time and become the strongest of the new generation of dragons, then he will succeed you and become the next Dragon God. Oscar's energy is very strange. We dragons have existed in this world for countless years, and this is the first time such a situation has appeared. Perhaps dragons will become even more powerful under his leadership in the future. Haven't you noticed that his Dragon God's Heart Sutra has already entered the third realm? With his foundation and strength, this can only be described as a miracle. There is no such thing as an absolute bad thing in this world. You don't need to say any more. I will deal with this matter." Kagarosis was overjoyed, so much so that his voice trembled a little. He respectfully bowed to the Dragon God's consciousness. "Thank you, Dragon God." Oscar also hurriedly followed his father and bowed. He knew that his little life was saved for the time being. The Dragon God's golden red consciousness enlarged at this moment, completely enveloping Oscar's body. Oscar's whole body shook, and under the effect of that irresistible huge energy, his consciousness retracted to Nian Bing's heart. The Dragon God's incomparably powerful consciousness swept through every corner of Nian Bing's body in the blink of an eye, and finally condensed together and entered the Tianyan acupoint in Nian Bing's brain. The 7 Dragon Kings looked nervously at Oscar's body, especially Demanteti, who had just recovered from her grief. She was full of gratitude to the Dragon God. The Dragon God had only said a few understated words. She secretly prayed. Now, she only hoped that Nian Bing could be successfully resurrected, because she was very clear. If Nian Bing was really dead, Oscar, who had Nian Bing's body, would never be able to reconstruct his dragon body. After what seemed like a century, the golden red light slowly receded from Nian Bing's body, and Nian Bing's body slowly fell to the ground, losing all breath, and his whole body was covered with a layer of dead gray. The Dragon God's somewhat sad voice sounded. "What an overbearing curse! Even I can't help his body regain its vitality. It seems that this is the only way now." "Kagarosis," said Dragon God, "do you need me to do anything?" The Dragon God said, "Your child Oscar has been taken into my consciousness with his own ability. I'm afraid it's very difficult for him to understand the characteristics of his own energy. I'll leave him in my consciousness to cultivate for a while. I'll also give him some pointers on the abilities of his race, which may be of some benefit to him. As for Nian Bing, even I can't save him. Now I can only ask that senior for help. It can also be regarded as the dragons repaying Nian Bing's kindness. If he can be saved, we won't owe him anything." Kagarosis. There is an ultimate puppet technique called zombie technique in the dark puppetry technique, which can revive the soul of the dead and make it infinitely powerful. Now, use this spell on Nian Bing and wake him up. Kagarosis was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, Dragon God, do you really want to use zombie technique? Once this spell is used, Nian Bing will completely become a member of the undead. I'm afraid there will be no possibility of resurrection. Moreover, after the zombie technique is cast, although his physical strength will be greatly improved, he will lose all his magic. However, he will lose all his magic. Furthermore, the zombie spell can only last for a year. After a year, he will turn into ashes and fly away. I'm afraid that even a true god won't be able to save him. The zombie spell was also a forbidden curse. It can only be cast within 2 hours of the person's death. Moreover, once it is cast, Nian Bing's body will become a real zombie, and he will no longer have the ability of a human. He can only rely on his zombie instincts to move, and the final result will be complete destruction. Even his soul brand will be erased. If the zombie technique is used on Nian Bing, it will not save him, but completely destroy him from this world. The dragon god naturally saw the doubts in Kagurosis's heart and said with a faint smile, "It's not what you think." Right now, Nian Bing's body was already dead. However, his body had been modified by the dragon's soul and was very similar to that of a normal human. Even if he couldn't recover his life force in the worst-case scenario, the zombie art wouldn't destroy him after a year. Even if he lived as a zombie, it was still better than truly dying. With Nian Bing's heaven's eye acupoint and his dragon body, he could turn into a zombie and live on forever. Moreover, it's impossible for me to save him in this Yangon continent. Even if I personally go to Yangon continent, I can't restore his vitality. Now there is only one way to try, and that is to bring him to the Dragon Continent and ask a senior to treat him. From Yangon Continent to God's Continent, Nian Bing must be revived first. Otherwise, my divine sense will not be able to connect with him, and how can I bring him over? Although the zombie technique is evil, it's not impossible to break. When he comes to the Dragon Continent, I will think of a way. As long as the senior is willing to save him, there is at least a 50% chance of restoring him to his original state, and even some small benefits. Only then did Kagiosis let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Oscar's soul and Dragon's soul had already fused with Nian Bing's body. He had also thought of the same problem as Diamante. Well, Dragon God, please wait a moment. I will use the zombie technique to restore Nian Bing's consciousness first. As soon as the voice fell, the other 6 Dragon King retreated one after another. The 6-colored light condensed into a barrier in the air, wrapping Kagurosis and the Dragon God's divine sense inside. Although the zombie technique was not a first-level magic, it was still a 10th-level dark magic. The range of its radiation was very wide. Once it leaked out, perhaps the creatures in this cold mountain range would suffer. Existence and the eternal darkness of the world, I call upon your endless energy with the dragon's soul and bring endless darkness to the dead creatures in front of me. Death will fill the world and vengeful souls will fill the earth. His voice gradually became louder, and from the human language at the beginning, it gradually changed into the dragon's incantation. Streams of black air gradually turned into dark red and floated out from Kagurosis' right hand that was covered with dark dragon scales. They turned into dark threads and drilled into Nian Bing's 7 orifices. That was not nourishment, but erosion. The darkness eroded Nian Bing's lifeless body little by little, making his body gradually tremble. Every time he trembled, a layer of blood mist would be emitted from his pores. Zombies needed the blood of others to maintain their ability, but they didn't need blood themselves. Rise! Kagurosis shouted in a low voice, and Nian Bing's body straightened up. Under the continuous erosion of the dark aura, his body began to change. The originally smooth and lustrous skin turned gray, full of death aura, and 3-inch long dark red nails grew on his 10 fingers. His long gray hair fluttered backward and gradually turned dark red. His bones crackled, and under the enormous dark energy, gray scales covered the surface of his skin. At this time, Nian Bing's heavenly eye opened without warning, and seven-colored radiance instantly burst out, forcibly colliding with Kagarosis's dark energy. Kagarosis groaned and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was surprised to find that Nian Bing's heavenly eye still had the ability to protect its master at this time. The dark, red, evil aura carried a layer of faint golden light, and the seven-colored radiance floating out of the heavenly eye acupoint was forcibly suppressed by the dark energy attached to the dragon god's heart sutra. Under the powerful zombie technique, Nian Bing's body finally completed the final change. His closed eyes slowly opened, and his blue eyes had turned into turbid dark red, full of a dark red of death. The end of darkness. Return evil to the soul. Awaken, King of Zombies. The dark red aura on Kagarosis's body bombarded Nian Bing's chest like a sledgehammer. A circle of golden halo was emitted from Nian Bing's chest, and the scales that were originally covering his body melted into his body, turning into gray, white skin again. Only a faint golden light was left under his chest. Seeing this scene, the dragon god's consciousness let out a soft cry of surprise and said to himself, he has opened the Li Zhong acupoint. It seems that Nian Bing's talent is really amazing. Chapter 163. Nian Bing's murky dark red eyes glowed brightly. His body trembled violently and gradually calmed down. His dark red eyes also regained some vigor. For him, only a short moment had passed from death to waking up. Looking at the Dark Dragon King in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I didn't die!" Casting zombie magic wasn't much of a burden for Kagiansis. After all, he was the most powerful of the 7 Dragon Kings, the Dark Dragon King. However, there were 2 situations when casting zombie magic. The most common one was when the caster completely controlled the zombie and made it work for him. This method was more common in zombie magic. The other was to directly restore the zombie's soul, including its memories. Although this would consume the same amount of dark energy, it would consume more than 5 times the amount of spiritual power. Naturally, Kagios chose the second option, which was why he called Nian Bing the King of Zombies. At this moment, his face was a little pale after casting this spell. It was obvious that he had used up too much spiritual power. He sighed and said to Nian Bing, "Although you're not dead yet, you're not far from it." Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment. Only then did he discover the changes in himself. He clearly felt that his body was full of power, more powerful than before. However, Oscar's soul seemed to have disappeared, and he didn't have a trace of life. All the functions of his body had completely stopped. His heart was no longer beating. His meridians and internal organs were completely stagnant. The strong aura of death filled his heart with hostility. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a huge amount of mental power, he might have already killed. The only thing that made Nian Bing feel good was that the human figure condensed from his mental power in his Tianyan acupoint was still there. However, it had now turned into 7 colors and emitted a faint 7-colored radiance. It seemed that his mental power had become stronger than before. What's wrong with me?" Nian Bing asked blankly. Garamandes unhappily said, "You're still asking what's wrong? You're too reckless. You actually used the life curse again. Don't you know what kind of consequences this will bring to you?" Nian Bing sighed. "Big brother, I didn't want to do that either, but I didn't have a choice at that time. If I didn't use the light element's God's descent, I'm afraid Bing Yin would have been finished." "Ah, right. Where's Bing Yin? And what about Feng Nu and my godmother? How are they?" Garamandes said, "They're all very well." Nian Bing, quickly pay your respects to our dragon's patriarch, Lord Dragon God. As he spoke, he gave Tao Bing a look. At this time, Nian Bing saw the golden red light, filled with a majestic aura. She hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Nian Bing greets, Lord Dragon God. You must have saved me." A ball of gentle energy lifted Nian Bing's body up. You don't have to thank me. Garamandes was right. You are simply too willful. You haven't succeeded in replying yet. Instead, he had regained his consciousness due to Kagenosis's zombie spell. But now you are no longer human. If you can't regain your vitality, then you can only be a zombie forever. Nian Bing smiled slightly. Because she was already a zombie, the smile on her face was a little evil. It's already lucky for me to be able to regain my consciousness. A zombie is a zombie. At least, I still have the possibility of seeing my parents. It's much better than real death. Kageosius frowned and said, You're quite open-minded, but how can we let you become like this? The dragon god has already decided to take you to the continent of gods for treatment. Only there can you truly recover your original appearance. Nian Bing's eyes flashed red, and she said excitedly, Can I still recover my original appearance? The dragon god sighed and said, There is nothing impossible in this world. But it is not so simple to regain your vitality and become a human again. You will face countless difficult tests. I can only provide you with an opportunity. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, it's up to you. The dragon god's voice became much kinder. Good child, you don't hesitate to sacrifice yourself to help others. This is something I rarely see among human beings. You are a great kindness to us dragons, so I will do my best to save you. My divine sense can travel across the continent, and I can't hold on for too long. Your friends seem to be outside, so you should go and say goodbye to them. I will wait for you here. I can't estimate how long it will take. Nian Bing was slightly stunned and turned to look at Garamandes. Garamandes nodded to him and said, Feng Nu, Bingyin, and Long Ling are all outside. You should go and see them. Ai. Long Ling had already woken up when the 7 dragon kings entered the cave. When she found herself in a strange place, she couldn't help but be shocked. Her body was unusually comfortable under the transformation of the angel's tears. Her skin became more lustrous, and her long purple hair was like thin strands pulled out of crystal. Silence hung down, and her beautiful eyes became exceptionally clear. She could clearly feel that there were countless magic elements around her body pulsing around her. Where am I? Long Ling slowly sat up. The world around her became so clear that she could see even the dust floating in the breeze. A strange feeling spread throughout her body. We are in the cold mountain range, Ling. Xuejing helped Long Ling stand up. When Long Ling saw her, her heart immediately calmed down. She and Xuejing had been good friends since childhood. Immediately after, she saw Feng Nu, whose hair had turned blue, and Lan Qin, whose hair had turned dark green. Without waiting for her to ask, Feng Nu had already explained everything that had happened to her. Compared to Feng Nu and Bingyin, Long Ling was clearly much more fragile. When she found out that her current transformation was actually the angel's tears that Nian Bing had used her life as the price to summon, she had already cried until her entire body trembled. If it wasn't for Xuejing supporting her, she probably would have already fallen to the ground. Long Ling's hands and feet were ice cold, and her large eyes were filled with sorrow. She never would have thought that when the future she had dreamed of was about to come true, such a change would occur. Nian Bing, are you really dead? You don't want Linger anymore? I'm sorry, Lan Qin said sadly. It's all because of me that Nian Bing became like this. Long Ling shook her head and choked with sobs. Although I haven't really been with Nian Bing for a long time, I can feel the burning heart hidden under his coldness. He must have truly fallen in love with you. Towards enemies, he can be more cruel than anyone else. But towards friends and lovers, he is kinder than anyone else. Even if he had to choose again, he would still do the same. How can I blame you? Sister, thank you for bringing me here. Father's wish has already been fulfilled. I want to be like you and protect Nian Bing by his side. No matter if it's life or death, is that okay? Feng Nu gently pulled Long Ling into her embrace and gently stroked her long purple hair. Linger, don't cry. Since he is our one and only, let's wait for him together. I believe that he must be unwilling to die, even if it's for us. Right? Right. For my beloved wives. How can I be willing to die? Shi Jian's voice sounded, and a gray figure, filled with the aura of death, slowly walked out of the cave. When Lan Chen felt the aura of death, she subconsciously gathered her magic power. But when she saw the smiling face of Nian Bing, her expression froze. Nian Bing was wearing a golden magic robe that temporarily covered his body, although his hair color had changed again. The color of his skin had also changed, and even the aura on his body was no longer as sunny as before. But his red eyes revealed a look that the three women were very familiar with. Nian Bing. Lan Chen's cold appearance almost instantly collapsed. She rushed towards Nian Bing with the fastest speed she could reach, but she pounced on empty air. The gray figure flashed, and Nian Bing instantly moved 3 feet to the side, avoiding Lan Chen's action of pouncing into his arms. Lan Chen staggered. If not for the fact that her ice phoenix wings had already awakened, perhaps she would have fallen down. Feng Nu and Long Ling also saw Nian Bing. Long Ling's crying stopped, and Feng Nu's eyes were lifeless. In their eyes, although the current Nian Bing's appearance had changed, their hearts were trembling. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Don't touch me. I have a strong corpse poison on my body. If it touches your body, it won't be good." How could he not want to take his 3 beloved women into his arms? But he couldn't do it now. Before leaving the cave, Kajios had already warned him that because he had become a zombie and the most powerful zombie king, the surface of his body was full of poison. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, he didn't immediately come out. He was still a little hesitant to face the 3 women. But when he saw Long Ling's sad, crying face and heard the voices of Feng Nu and Lan Chen, he could no longer suppress the feelings in his heart. He deliberately made himself appear a little more relaxed. He hoped that his women would be happy and not cry sadly. "Corpse poison, Nian Bing, what happened to you?" Feng Nu asked anxiously. The gazes of the 3 women were like scorching flames as they focused on him. Nian Bing smiled and said, "It's nothing. Because I have already lost my vitality, Kajios used the zombie technique to help me speak again. Right now, I am no longer a human, but a zombie." Saying this, he raised his hands and presented his dark red fingernails in front of the 3 women. Lan Chen bit her lower lip and said, "Nian Bing, no matter if you are a human or a zombie, I will stay by your side. Are you willing to take me?" Feng Nu smiled and pulled Long Ling to Nian Bing and said, "No matter if he is willing or not, we will not leave him, right?" Nian Bing's eyes revealed a strong emotion. The hostility in his dark red eyes disappeared. "Feng Nu, Ling, don't you blame me?" Feng Nu said softly, "You became like this in order to save Qin Qin. How can we blame you? Your angel's tear has already told us everything. Your feelings have never betrayed us." Nian Bing looked at his hands and felt the strong aura of death on his body. He smiled bitterly and said, "But with my current state, can I still give you happiness?" Long Ling's eyes revealed a gentle light. Happiness is a kind of feeling. Everyone has a different way of looking at happiness. For me, as long as you are by my side, it is a blessing. The 3 women looked at each other, and there was no longer any estrangement in their hearts. 6 almost identical gazes fell on Nian Bing. Nian Bing roared towards the sky, and the aura of death on his body surged. The ground around him cracked under the effect of the aura of death. "Good, good, for your happiness, no matter how difficult it is. I will definitely return to the original Nian Bing. Wait for me, I will be back." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer. His feet touched the ground, and he returned to the cave like lightning. Feng Nu and the other 2 wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by Garamandes, who came out with Nian Bing. "Let him go. If he wants to be truly resurrected, he must go to another place. For your future, we can only wait now. Maybe it will take a long time, but Nian Bing has already given you his promise. Believe in him. Waiting was painful, but Feng knew and the other two nodded without hesitation. They didn't even ask how long they would have to wait. At this time, they only had Nian Bing's promise in their hearts. Garamendi smiled slightly and said, Nian Bing is like a cockroach. As long as his will is still there, miracles can happen at any time. Since you want to wait for him, then stay here first. Your Tianyan acupoints have just been opened and you still need a long time to cultivate to increase your cultivation. Maybe cultivating is the best way to shorten the time. Lan Chen nodded and said, We will stay here and wait for him. Sister, I think we should do something for Nian Bing. Although Feng Nu and Lan Chen had just met, she immediately understood the meaning of her words. Chin Chin, can you face it? After all, she is your master. Lan Chen's eyes revealed a blurred gaze. When we left that cave, I already said that Bing Yun is already dead. The one who is alive now is only Lan Chen. Lan Chen's life is half of Nian Bing's. Long Ling said, Sister Niu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Feng Nu lowered her voice and said something in Long Ling's ear. After listening to her words, Long Ling's eyes revealed an unprecedented firmness. Then I want to go too. This is what we should do together. Feng Nu took Lan Chen and Long Ling's hands and said, Maybe we can help him fulfill his greatest wish before he comes back. For his wish, we have to work hard. With an agitated mood, Nian Bing returned to the cave. At this time, the golden-red spiritual sense of the Dragon King was more condensed than before. Space Dragon King Cao and Dillis stood under the spiritual sense of the Dragon God. Nian Bing nodded. The voice of the Dragon God sounded. Nian Bing, you have to be mentally prepared. One of the very important reasons why I let Kagyoshi turn you into a zombie is that long-term spatial travel is extremely painful. Although you already have a body made from the fusion of a dragon and a zombie, you will also suffer a huge impact. That kind of pain will not only affect your body, but also your spirit and soul. Nian Bing was not worried in the slightest and said indifferently, No matter what kind of pain it is, I can bear it. I'm already a dead person. Any pain may be comfortable for me. The Dragon God said, Well, get ready. Cao Dillis, you help Nian Bing to open the spatial door. I will use my spiritual sense as a guide to take her to another world. At this time, Cao Dillis's eyes no longer had the usual playful look and became very serious. His hands drew in the air, and a silver hexagram appeared under his feet. In the name of Space Dragon King, change the elements of space. Please listen to my call. Time freezes in space and space shuttles in time. Open the gate of infinite space. The silver scales on his body expanded in an instant, and a divine light burst out from his eyes. The other Dragon King retreated far away. The other magical elements in the cave were driven away by the strong spatial fluctuations. With Cao Dillis as the center, the area within a radius of 5 zhang completely turned into a silver ocean. The low dragon voice drifted in the silver ocean, and the spatial elements fluctuated rhythmically with the cadence of the voice, condensing in one direction. Cao Dillis's eyes turned completely silver, and a circle of silver flames rose around his body. Obviously, he had raised his dragon power to the limit. A silver horn grew out of his head. He lowered his head slightly, and the horn injected a white stream of air into the silver ocean. As soon as this stream of air appeared, the silver ocean suddenly swayed violently, and the light kept flickering. All the silver light gathered in a rectangular space 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. The halos in the silver space rotated in circles, and Cao Dillis breathed a sigh of relief. The Dragon God's low and magnetic voice sounded. Cao Dillis, you have improved a lot during this time. Continue to work hard, and you won't lose out to your title of Space Dragon King. Nian Bing, come with me. The golden red light suddenly condensed into and floated into the silver door. It was naturally not difficult for the dragon god's spiritual sense to return to the continent of gods. But if Nian Bing wanted to pass through space with her physical body, she needed his guidance. The golden red light flashed in the silver door, and the silver vortex in the door only stirred up a little ripple, and soon returned to normal. Nian Bing took a deep look at the several Dragon King around her, and respectfully bowed to them. "Please take care of them for me." After saying that, he took firm steps and stepped into the space-time door, crossing the 2 continents and passing through the seal on the periphery of the continent of gods. This space magic had reached the level of God's descent. As soon as Nian Bing's body disappeared, Caudilus immediately closed the door, sat on the ground, and gasped heavily. Demanteti worriedly said to Kagarosis, "Can she come back alive?" "Kaka!" Kagarosis raised his hand to stop her from continuing. "Don't worry. With Dragon Godsama here, even if Nian Bing can't recover her life, she will come back as an undead zombie. With Dragon Godsama's guidance, Kaka will only become more powerful." Kaka got into such a big trouble, yet Dragon Godsama forgave him. Dragon Godsama's kindness to us husband and wife is really hard to repay. "Humph," Demanteti snorted and said, "Fortunately, you are not Dragon Godsama. Otherwise, our Kaka's life would have been gone. I now hope that Garamandes will inherit Dragon Godsama's position." "Humph." Seeing his wife angry, Kagarosis shook his head somewhat helplessly and reached out to hug Demanteti's slender waist. He wanted to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. Caudilus got up from the ground and snorted. "I can't see, I can't hear, but—" "Beautiful Demanteti, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Before Kagarosis got angry, he had already run out with Blink. He finally found an opportunity to strike at Kagarosis. How could he let it go? The Ice Dragon King, the Earth Dragon King, and the Wind Dragon King walked out at the same time, leaving some space for Kagarosis and his wife. "Don't be angry, you also know that I had to do that. Otherwise, how could I sit on the position of Dragon God in the future?" Kagarosis's voice became much softer and was no longer as dignified as when he was in front of the other Dragon Kings. Demanteti took a deep look at him and sighed. "Do you think I don't know your temper? I don't blame you for anything. I understand your duty. But Kagarosis, in my long life, you and Kaka are the most important to me. Although we are Dragon's Kings, at the same time, we are also Kaka's parents. Don't be too strict with your child. If one day Kaka dies, I think I will follow him and go to the other world to take care of him." Her voice was very calm, but it was full of unquestionable determination. Kagarosis's whole body shook. Looking at his wife, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "If such a day really comes, no matter whether I succeed the position of Dragon God or not, I will follow you. In the same way, the most important people in my life are you and Kaka. Diamond, you have to understand that a jade without being cut will not become a useful tool. Being a bit strict with Kaka will benefit him when he grows up." "Yes." Demanteti raised her head and looked at her husband. Kagarosis's eyes were full of tenderness. At this time he was only her husband, not the Dark Dragon King, nor the successor of the Dragon God. When Nian Bing stepped into the space gate, he immediately felt that the world around him had changed. Although he had also used space transmission before, it was the first time he saw the scene in front of him. The space around him was completely distorted, and the silver light surged like waves. His body was floating like a small boat in this infinite space element. His spiritual power was vibrating violently during the teleportation process, and he felt a piercing pain that constantly stimulated his nerves. After becoming a zombie, one of the greatest benefits was that he could no longer feel physical pain. However, Nian Bing could clearly see a layer of fine ripples on his skin that was filled with the aura of death. The aura of death in his body surged wildly, and his body seemed like it could explode at any time. Calm your mind and use your spiritual power to protect your body. Otherwise, your body will be torn apart by the fluctuations of this space transmission. The dragon god's low voice sounded in Nian Bing's spiritual world. Nian Bing's mind shook, and he hurriedly did as the dragon god said. He condensed his spiritual power in his celestial eye acupoint and released a layer of spiritual energy to wrap his body. He was surprised to find that his spiritual power had turned into a 7-colored light like the celestial eye domain. But it was indeed not the energy of the celestial eye domain. There was no aura of the 7 magic elements at all. However, his spiritual power seemed to have become more condensed. The ripples on his body disappeared with the appearance of the spiritual power protection, and the evil death aura in his body no longer fluctuated. However, although his body calmed down, his spiritual power was violently shaken because of the distraction. The huge energy of the space elements, which was full of division, was constantly tearing his spiritual power and tearing his soul. At this time, a red ray of light wrapped around Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing didn't resist, because in this silver space ocean, his body had been completely restrained. Even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't do it. Under the guidance of the red ray of light, his body, which was constantly being agitated by the space energy, finally stabilized. Obviously, it was the dragon god who was guiding him in the direction he should go. But it was only the dragon god's spiritual awareness, not the dragon god's body. In Nian Bing's mind, the dragon god's spiritual awareness was only guiding the direction. The more and more intense pain in his spiritling Nian Bing's celestial eye acupoint was constantly spasming. Even the little person condensed by his spiritual power was constantly trembling in the celestial eye acupoint, as if it could collapse at any time. Nian Bing, with his tenacious perseverance, resisted the severe pain, but the pain continued to increase. There seemed to be a voice in his spirit telling him to quickly faint so that he could get rid of all the pain. But Nian Bing faintly understood that he must not faint. Otherwise, he would lose his spiritual connection with the dragon god, which was likely to bring him to eternal damnation. The stabbing pain in his soul became more and more intense. The little person in Nian Bing's celestial eye acupoint, which had turned into 7 colors, constantly changed into various colors, and the trembling gradually weakened. His spiritual power gradually disappeared under the attack of the space-tearing energy and was infinitely close to collapse. The dragon god's spiritual awareness just kept reminding Nian Bing to hold on, but had no intention of helping him at all. The severe pain seemed to make Nian Bing fall into hell. His spiritual power was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. When it was cold, it was as if he was surrounded by ice, and when it was hot, it was as if he had entered magma. Cold and hot alternated, mixed with severe pain. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would have already collapsed under the strong spiritual stimulation. After all, Nian Bing had already lost his magical powers, so he couldn't use magic to protect his body. Therefore, the only thing that came into contact with the spatial energy was his spiritual power. Under such circumstances, the pressure on his spiritual power was already at its maximum. At this time, the dragon god was also very surprised. Although he knew that Nian Bing's celestial eye acupoint had reached the mid-level, he did not expect Nian Bing's spiritual power to be so strong. It must be known that this was not an ordinary spatial transmission array. In order to pass through the extraordinarily powerful barrier of the heavenly mainland, spatial transmission had to be carried out in a special form. This form of transmission was something that Caudillus himself could not do. The level 12 god's descent array he used was only a catalyst. The real energy was controlled by the dragon god's spiritual awareness. Only in this way could Nian Bing be transmitted to the heavenly mainland. It was precisely because of this that this teleportation array was no longer a simple god's descent array, but a powerful level 14 spatial magic. Only an expert on the level of a major god like the dragon god could do this. The dragon god's spiritual awareness used a level 14 spell, which consumed a lot of vitality, so Caudillus had to assist him. In this spatial magic array, everything was controlled by the dragon god. Of course, the dragon god knew how much pressure ordinary humans would have to bear in this spell. He deliberately told Nian Bing about the pain of the spatial transmission, and during the process of transmission, let him protect his body with his spiritual power in order to help Nian Bing train his spiritual power. For powerhouses, the more condensed their spiritual power, the stronger their strength. In the later stages of cultivation, the improvement of spiritual power was even more important than the improvement of physical strength. Training one's spiritual power in this kind of high-speed level 14 super forbidden spell was undoubtedly the best choice. The longer one persisted, the more comprehensive the baptism of space energy would be, and the more powerful it would be for the future cultivation of spiritual power. Nian Bing had already lost his vitality. Apart from the death ability of a zombie, he had no other physical abilities. In order to make it easier for him to find himself when he recovered, the dragon god made this decision. His spiritual awareness had been locked on Nian Bing, ready to rescue him when he couldn't hold on any longer. But he was surprised to find that even if the Dragon King could not bear the huge spatial tearing at this time, Nian Bing's spiritual power was still persisting, and there were no signs of real collapse. This made the Dragon God have a whole new level of respect for Nian Bing, and he secretly thought that the potential of human beings was really infinite. The severe pain had made it difficult for Nian Bing to think, but at this time, Nian Bing's body also began to change. Although the physique of a zombie was tough, the stimulation of the spirit came from the inside out. As his spiritual power became weaker and weaker, he could no longer completely stop the invasion of the spatial tearing. The ripples on his skin reappeared, and the death energy in his body was mixed with a trace of invading spatial energy, constantly fluctuating. As the intensity of the spatial tearing grew stronger and stronger, Nian Bing's body also trembled. The spatial tearing spread to every corner of Nian Bing's body, until finally it entered his fingers. The space ring was originally a magic item composed of spatial magic elements. When the spatial energy that invaded Nian Bing's body invaded his space ring, Nian Bing's spiritual power, which was already on the verge of collapse, trembled violently. He clearly felt that his space ring was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 164. In the midst of the shock, his spiritual force actually sobered up a little, and even the solidified spiritual body in his Tian Yin acupoint shone brightly. He must not let the space ring collapse, because it stored his 7 most important magic blades. Without magic power, Nian Bing's spiritual force could still enter the space ring. With his spiritual force, he formed a solid barrier inside the space ring, blocking the invasion of space energy. At this moment, a strange feeling appeared in Nian Bing's heart, because he felt a familiar energy in the space ring, an energy that made him pleasantly surprised. Nian Bing's spiritual force had already reached a state of overload, and when he diverted his spiritual force to save the space ring, he immediately entered a state of collapse. The dragon god's spiritual sense was always paying attention to his situation. As soon as he found that his spiritual force was about to collapse, he immediately prepared to protect Nian Bing's body with his own spiritual sense. Just then, a dazzling silver light appeared in Nian Bing's left hand, and the strange 6-pointed star-shaped blade exuded a dazzling brilliance. Nian Bing's eyes shone with silver light, and a figure exactly the same as him merged with him. A layer of silver light completely protected him, and it did not resist the fluctuations of the surrounding space energy. Instead, it brought his body to merge with the surrounding space energy fluctuations, and he seemed to have turned into a mass of space energy, no longer being attacked by the surrounding space energy. The dragon god in the dark was completely stunned. After a long while, he began to observe the blade in Nian Bing's hand. The silver blade and the strange silver gem exuded a circle of light, seemingly above the surrounding space. What was this? He did not know, but Nian Bing's heart was full of excitement. What he was holding in his hand was the six-pointed, star-shaped 4 stars blade. Nian Bing breathed a big sigh of relief. When his consciousness entered the space ring, he immediately felt the strong fluctuations of the 4 stars blade. Under that kind of fluctuation, he immediately associated it with the surrounding space energy. Before he was about to collapse, he raised his spiritual force to the limit, barely opening up a narrow space for himself, and forcibly took out the 4 stars blade from the space ring through his spiritual force and held it in his hand. At that moment, he clearly felt the appearance of the space shadow puppets formed by his innate chi. Although there was no magic, these shadow puppets were all under his spiritual control. It easily merged with the spatial shadow puppet. A single spatial shadow puppet was naturally not enough to free Nian Bing from her misery. However, after fusing with the spatial shadow puppet, Nian Bing gained the ability to control the divine space blade, the 4 stars blade. The 4 stars blade was a top-notch space attribute divine blade. As soon as Nian Bing appeared in this space, she could clearly feel the space attribute magical elements invading her body, frantically surging towards the silver gem on the 4 stars blade. His entire body felt light, and his spiritual power that was about to collapse instantly returned to normal. Comfort spread throughout his body. At the same time, the release of his spiritual power also made him feel as if he was about to collapse. Panting heavily, Nian Bing's concentrated mental strength quickly recovered in his weakest state. The 4-pearl saber automatically released a circle of silver light as the surrounding magical elements poured into it, enveloping Nian Bing within it, so that he no longer had to bear the pressure of the surroundings. Well, it's a good space divine blade. A space divine blade that can be used as a space floating duckweed is already very rare. This blade looks somewhat familiar to me. Where did you get it? The voice of the dragon god once again sounded in Nian Bing's consciousness. Nian Bing realized that his spiritual power was recovering very quickly. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual body, which was about to collapse in his Tian Yen acupoint, had already stabilized. All the cracks that had just appeared had completely disappeared, and the feeling of weakness was gradually weakening. Nian Bing said, "This 4 stars blade was given to me by Big Brother Garamandes. Because I cultivate all kinds of magic, I can only use it in the form of mimicry. At that time, my magical power was insufficient, and my spiritual power was also unable to control the laws between the various elements. I could only rely on these twisted magic divine blades to achieve it. No wonder it looked so familiar to me. It turned out that he gave it to you. Sure enough, it's the 4 stars blade. The origin of this 4 stars blade is very mysterious. It itself belongs to the continent of gods. Legend has it that it was refined by a Lord God who was a generation earlier than me. It is said that after this blade was successfully refined, there was a catastrophe, and even the Lord God was involved. Later, by chance, it fell into the hands of the dragons. But I didn't expect that it would finally belong to you. Nian Bing, how long do you think we've been traveling in this space?" Nian Bing pondered for a moment, then said, "Probably more than 20 hours. The dragon god said you're wrong. In fact, only 3 breaths of time have passed in total." Nian Bing cried out involuntarily, "What? That's impossible. Why do I feel like a long time has passed? Oh, I understand. It must be because of this transmission space. Time is still distorted in this space, so it can't be judged by common sense." The dragon god praised, "Not bad, you're very smart. You understood the problem so quickly. It is precisely because of the distortion of time that the time in this space is much slower than the outside world. Staying here for 100 days, only a few hours have passed in the outside world. We still have to stay in this space for a long time. If we measure the time in the outside world, it will take a total of about 60 days. I hope you can cultivate hard in these 60 days and try not to rely on the help of the 4 stars blade." "Cultivate? Are you saying that you want me to cultivate my spiritual power?" Nian Bing asked doubtfully. The dragon god smiled and said, "It's really easy to talk to you. Yes, I want you to cultivate your spiritual power. With your current level of spiritual power, not to mention the Ingon continent, even in the godly continent, there are very few people who can be stronger than you with your mid-stage Tian Yen acupoint. There's one thing you need to understand. If you want to be stronger than others, you need to have the strongest point. Just like how you humans have the extreme king acupoint, your strongest point is undoubtedly your mental power. If you can cultivate your mental power to a new level, then it will be very beneficial to your future cultivation and your strength." Nian Bing pondered for a moment before replying, "I understand what you mean. You're referring to the fact that it's very easy for my spiritual power to be depleted in this space because I have to resist the invasion of external energy. This is a very good way to train my spiritual power, and I'll continue to grow under pressure." Yes, pressure is the best motivation. Moreover, in this high-speed 14th step teleportation spell, not only will your spiritual power increase, but it will also become more condensed. There's something I want to tell you now. Even if we go to the heavenly continent, I'm not sure if I can really revive you, because what you have to face is a test that even I can't predict. Only by passing the test will you be able to get the help of that senior. In your current situation, although your physical body has become extremely strong after fusing with the dragon soul and the zombie technique, the abilities you can use are pitifully few. Especially since you didn't cultivate martial skills in the past, this has become even more difficult. Therefore, you need to have the ability to protect yourself. Right now, the only thing you can improve through cultivation is your spiritual energy. After so many years in the heavenly continent, although I've seen the first human who opened the heavenly eye meridian, no one has been able to cultivate it to the final level. I hope to see this miracle happen to you. Nian Bing said, "The evolution of the heavenly eye meridian seems to be related to spiritual power and Xiantian Qi. I'm only increasing my spiritual power now. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to make it evolve again. Moreover, I faintly feel that to make it evolve, it requires an enormous amount of energy. My heavenly eye meridian evolving to the middle level is already very lucky. If I want to improve it again, the energy required will be absolutely terrifying. Whether it's spiritual power or Xiantian Qi, I'm afraid it'll be an astronomical figure." The dragon god said, "Your judgment is very correct. The evolution of any meridian requires an enormous amount of energy, and the 7 meridian points in a human body are all closely related to Xiantian Qi. Without Xiantian Qi, it's impossible to evolve. What I mean is, if you can first increase your spiritual power to the heavenly eye meridian, it'll be enough to evolve to the final level. Then, once you recover your vitality and the ability to absorb Xiantian Qi, your strength will definitely experience a huge leap. No one has seen the final level of the heavenly eye meridian, but after many years of research, I faintly feel that it's actually the most important of the 7 meridian points. The gods, and those who already call themselves gods on the heavenly continent, are very superstitious about power, so the direction they strive to cultivate is the Huangji meridian. Now, almost everyone who can call themselves gods has a Huangji meridian, and those who cultivate it to the final level have reached the strength of an overgod. I very much hope that you can start from the heavenly eye meridian and open up another path of cultivation. Once you succeed, although I can't predict what will happen, it'll definitely bring you great benefits." Nian Bing smiled and said, "I'm willing to try. Anyway, I don't have anything to cultivate right now. Thank you for your guidance, Dragon God. But since we're going to the heavenly continent, can you tell me more about that place? It'll be easier for me to adapt after arriving there." The Dragon God was silent for a while and then said, "No, I can't tell you this now because after arriving at the heavenly continent, you won't have the opportunity to walk around. You should know that bringing you back to the heavenly continent is already a taboo. I can't let the gods on the heavenly continent know that you've arrived. So you'll only have a fixed range of activities on the heavenly continent. Once you recover your vitality, or if you really can't recover, I'll immediately send you back to the Yangon continent. I hope you can understand my difficulties." Nian Bing was stunned for a moment and said, "So that's how it is. I'm sorry to trouble you." The dragon god sighed and said, "Actually, the heavenly continent is not as beautiful as some people think. Compared to the heavenly continent, the Yangon continent is simply heaven. The heavenly continent is actually more appropriate to call it hell. It doesn't have such a harsh environment, and it can't cultivate those powerful gods. The biggest characteristic of the heavenly continent is its harsh environment. In that place, you can hardly see any plants or creatures of the Yangon continent, because every 1 or 2 days there will be a magic storm. No one knows how this storm is formed, but even ordinary gods can't survive in this kind of storm. So in order to survive, everyone is desperately training. Only by constantly increasing their strength can they have the right to live. The heavenly continent is full of dangers everywhere. Any kind of powerful magical beast is much more powerful than us dragons. Even I can't judge the strength of some magical beasts, but I can guess that they at least have the strength of the Lord God." Nian Bing took a deep breath as he thought to himself, "The ice goddess priestess seems to be training so hard just to go to the continent of gods." However, after hearing the dragon god's words, the continent of gods isn't heaven at all. Instead, it's hell. The dragon god paused for a moment before continuing. The continent of gods also has its own benefits. On that small continent, there are all kinds of rich mineral deposits. These minerals are the most precious and rare ores. The gem on your Xuanji saber is one of the best. Do you know what is the most precious thing on the heavenly continent?" Nian Bing shook her head. She wouldn't make wild guesses about things she didn't know. "It's food." There was a hint of helplessness in the dragon god's voice. Originally, before the War of the Gods, the heavenly continent didn't lack food. It was just a place for some powerhouses to gain experience, and gradually formed a group of powerful people who called themselves gods. But with the end of the War of the Gods, although the Forgotten Kingdom was sent to another world, the heavenly continent also lost its source of food. Without the support of the heavenly continent, the gods in the heavenly continent could only hunt powerful magical beasts to fill their stomachs. Coupled with the harsh conditions, the gods now are generally much stronger than before, but their numbers have decreased by more than half. Newborns have no chance of surviving in that environment. Nian Bing said with some doubt, with the abilities of the gods on the heavenly continent, they should be able to reach the Yangon continent easily. There's plenty of food on the Yangon continent that they need. The dragon god sighed and said, "How could it be so simple?" Back then, in order to activate that super forbidden curse of the 17th level, the Lord gods requested a few true gods to come out. Otherwise, even if the Lord gods were willing to sacrifice themselves, they couldn't release such powerful strength. For a Lord god of my level, releasing a 14th level forbidden curse is already the limit. But after the 12th level, the strength of each level increases exponentially. Even if all of us sovereigns work together, we'll only be able to release the energy of the 15th level at most. True gods? What are true gods? Nian Bing asked curiously. The dragon god hesitated for a moment and said, "I shouldn't have told you this, but we dragons are greatly indebted to you. I also believe that you won't speak carelessly. You must remember, no matter where you are, don't casually speak of what I told you today. The so-called true gods are the humans who originally lived on the heavenly continent. Of course, I can't be sure that they are humans. The current gods on the heavenly continent are actually the powerhouses of the Forgotten Kingdom in the past, as well as their descendants who relied on their divine power to reproduce with humans. Long before humans entered the heavenly continent, there were also some races that existed on the heavenly continent, not to mention the magical beasts. Among these races, the most powerful were the true gods. As far as I know, there are a total of 4 true gods on the heavenly continent. They are all powerful existences that can steal the divine power of the heavens and earth. I even suspect that the terrible weather on the heavenly continent is caused by the four of them. The strength of these four true gods can only be described as terrifying. I once personally saw a true god casually release a 15th level forbidden curse. In the War of the Gods, the ones who lost were originally the gods of the heavenly continent, but they used the excuse that the heavenly continent was about to be swallowed up by the Forgotten Kingdom. All the lords asked the four true gods to come out and help. In the end, using some of the special habits of the four true gods, 3 of them finally agreed to help. Most of the magic power of that 17th level forbidden curse was released by them, and those lords were only the primer of the forbidden curse. From then on, the 4 true gods never appeared again. However, their powerful strength had left a deep impression on every deity. Even the seals on the 7 Niordas, sealed bottles, came from them. After the War of the Gods, the 4 true gods issued a warning at the same time that no one on the heavenly continent was allowed to go to the Yangon continent. Their warning was the absolute will of the gods on the heavenly continent, and no one dared to go against it. Therefore, even if they starved to death due to lack of food, no one dared to go to the Yangon continent. Only the 7 dragon kings who were left behind at that time guarded the Miorda's sealed bottles. Therefore, the Yangon continent has been able to maintain peace until now. Nian Bing nodded. She said, "So that's how it is. In that case, these 4 true gods are very far-sighted." The dragon god said, "No one knows the thoughts of the 4 true gods. They don't have a close relationship with each other, but there has never been a situation of infighting. At least on the surface, they are all people with extremely indifferent personalities. They don't care about the affairs of the world at all. This time, I'm going to take you to find one of the 4 true gods. Only the power of a true god can give you life again." At this point, there was a trace of fear in the dragon god's voice. Obviously, he was not very willing to see this true god. Nian Bing said softly, "Didn't you just say that the 4 true gods have disappeared?" The dragon god said, "Many years ago, when I had just succeeded the position of the dragon god, I had once dealt with a true god. His temper was very strange. Because I inadvertently helped him with a small favor, he gave me a way to find him, saying that I could go to him if I needed anything. But he might not necessarily help me. It depends on the difficulty of the matter. And the person who asked him to help had to pay a certain price. So I have the possibility of finding a true god. But for tens of thousands of years, I have never used this method. You have a great kindness to us dragons. If it weren't for you, I am afraid that the dragons would have no successor. So I decided to use this method to help you. As for whether it will succeed, I have no confidence at all. I can't imagine how difficult the true god's test will be. So now you can only improve your ability as much as possible. Only then will you have the strength to fight when facing the test. Do you understand what I mean?" Nian Bing nodded solemnly and said, "Thank you, Dragon God Darren. I will try my best." After listening to the dragon god, Ling Nianbing had a new understanding of the continent of gods. True god. What was the so-called true god like? In the Yangon continent, the ice goddess priest became the first person among the human beings by being able to launch the 12th order god's descent. The 17th order super forbidden spell could make a huge continent disappear completely. What kind of energy was that? It was also a good thing to have the opportunity to see a true god. Nian Bing had no fear in his heart. He was already a dead man, so what was there to be afraid of? He had a lot of interest in the true god mentioned by the dragon god. While thinking about the dragon god's words, he quickly recovered his spiritual force. With the help of the 6 Ons, 4 Ons blade, Nian Bing could rest assured in recovering his spiritual force. Coupled with the guidance of the dragon god, he was not afraid of getting lost in this space tunnel. As soon as his spiritual force recovered to its full state, without any hesitation, he immediately put away the 4 Ons blade and began the process of tempering his spiritual force again. The spatial energy was still as violent as ever, but but Nian Bing could vaguely sense that his spiritual power had increased significantly. The rainbow light on his spiritual avatar in his celestial acupoint had become even more dazzling. Every time it flickered, it would negate an attack from the spatial energy. Going back and forth, Nian Bing's second time lasted a full 1/3 longer than the first time. Nian Bing's willpower, which was already pretty good, became even more resolute under the torment of the intense pain. His resolute will allowed him to control his spiritual power more and more precisely, allowing him to use the smallest amount of spiritual power to achieve the greatest effect. With the continuous improvement and condensation of his spiritual force, the time it took for him to fully recover from the verge of collapse became longer and longer, and the time it took to resist the chaotic energy in the space tunnel became longer and longer. Under such changes, Nian Bing's spiritual force grew invisibly. The originally small spiritual body had gradually grown to about 2 inches, filling the aperture between Nian Bing's eyebrows. With the increase of his strength, Nian Bing observed a very wonderful thing through his Tian Yen acupoint. He discovered that when he looked at the outside world through his Tian Yen acupoint, he could clearly distinguish every change of the energy elements in the distorted space. At first, he could only judge the general changes, but now he could see all the details. His spiritual force had been raised to another level. What made Ling Nianbing even more surprised was that he discovered that the spiritual body between his eyebrows became 7-colored, not because of a change in his spiritual force, but because when he lost his vitality, the magical power actually followed his soul into his spiritual realm and merged with the spiritual body in his Tian Yen acupoint. Although this magical power could not be used, it was constantly strengthening when he was training his spiritual body. This discovery immediately increased Ling Nianbing's hope. Although he did not know if he could regain control of this magical power and let it return to his lower abdomen after he recovered his vitality, he could faintly feel that this magical power did not abandon him. Once his vitality was restored, even if the magical power could not return to its original position, he should be able to use this magical power to launch magic in the current situation. Time often passed the fastest in cultivation. When Nian Bing recovered from the collapse of his spiritual force for the last time, the 14th rank spatial transmission magic was no longer enough to threaten his body. His spiritual force was like the Tian Yen domain protecting his body. No matter how the surrounding spatial energy attacked him, Nian Bing could react one step ahead of time. Relying on the impact of his spiritual force, he directly broke the weakest part of the spatial turbulence, greatly weakening it when it hit his body. Although this would also weaken Nian Bing's spiritual force, the speed of weakening had been greatly reduced. In this case, he would be able to hold on for a much longer time. I didn't expect your progress to be so fast. It seems that although you are only 20 years old, in your 20 years of life, you have worked very hard. However, it takes a lot of hard work to cultivate, and coupled with some opportunities and innate talents, you've achieved what you have today. The dragon god's voice finally sounded again. Nian Bing could feel the intention of the dragon god's spiritual sense. After familiarizing himself with this spatial transmission magic, he was now able to clearly know the direction of this magic item. Even without the guidance of the dragon god, he knew which direction he should go. Senior Dragon God, how long will it take for us to reach the land of God? The dragon god said, "We'll be there soon. Get ready and take out the 4 stars blade. When the energy of the magic array passes through the barrier of the land of God, there will be a violent change. At that time, the spatial energy will change, and I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Get ready, the energy impact is coming." Nian Bing agreed, but he did not immediately take out the 4 stars blade. After these days of cultivation, the progress of his spiritual force could almost be clearly felt. He had self-comprehended the method of using spiritual force to attack. Even the real spiritual magic of the Caucasian race was not much stronger than his. Full of confidence, he hoped to get more experience. And because of the improvement of his spiritual force, the energy of the spatial transmission magic array was no longer a threat. Even because of the condensation of his spiritual force, he no longer felt pain, which gave him a bold idea. With his spiritual force, he could get better training in the upcoming explosion of spatial energy. With his eyes shining brightly, Nian Bing carefully gathered his spiritual force around his body. The spiritual body in the Tianyan acupoint between his eyebrows trembled violently. Every time it trembled, it would release a lot of spiritual force, but this spiritual force was not released. Under Nian Bing's skillful control, it was waiting for the moment when it was about to explode. Just as Nian Bing finished preparing, a strange change occurred. The entire space seemed to have collapsed in an instant. The originally boundless silver space suddenly shrank, turning into a circular tunnel. The tremendous pressure caused the spatial energy to surge violently. Every time it came into contact with Nian Bing's body, he felt as if his spiritual force was being hit by the most powerful energy during a volcanic eruption. His body was like a small boat floating in this incomparably powerful energy. Nian Bing's spiritual force and soul were attacked by an even more intense pain than when he first entered the spatial transmission magic array. However, he did not give up. His entire body erupted with rainbow-colored flames, and every time he shot out, it was a process of using all his spiritual force. He was completely relying on his spiritual force to resist the spatial energy impact. His body, which had been nourished by the dragon's soul and the zombie spell, could not help but tremble violently under the impact of the spatial energy impact. Fine scars were scattered all over his skin. Nian Bing felt as if he could be destroyed by this space at any time. At this moment, his spiritual force played a decisive role. Every time Nian Bing erupted, the little person in his Tian-Yen acupoint would dim a little. However, he did not dare to stop resisting. Under the tremendous pressure from the outside world, even if he wanted to take out the 4-star saber now, he could not do so. Once his spiritual force was scattered, the first thing to be destroyed would be his body. The silver tunnel gradually emitted a layer of red light following the bursts of spatial explosions. Nian Bing's body completely froze in an instant. A layer of gray aura erupted from all the pores on his body. Under the intense stimulation from the outside world, the death aura contained in his body automatically exploded. Nian Bing only felt that his body seemed to be completely distorted. His spiritual body, which was originally 2 inches long, was suppressed into a rainbow-colored ball of light in an instant. Its volume was twice as small as before. Under the intense pain, his Tian-Yen acupoint was constantly twitching. Every time it contracted and released, it would spurt out a layer of surging spiritual force. The dragon god naturally saw Nian Bing's situation. Of course, he would not think that Nian Bing did not have time to take out the 4-star saber. He secretly sighed in his heart. This kid's courage was too big. However, his spiritual sense was now completely used to resist the spatial transmission magic array and the enchantment of the continent of gods. He really could not spare any energy to help Nian Bing get through this difficult time. The sound of something shattering rang clearly in Nian Bing's mind. His mind went completely blank. At that moment, he no longer felt the intense pain, and the twisting of his body stopped. The spiritual energy in his Tian-Yen acupoint finally collapsed under the pressure of the external space. The solidified spiritual energy gushed out in all directions like a tidal wave. An enormous energy that was twisting and tearing the space was forcibly pushed open to a radius of 3 feet. Nian Bing's body started from red, and then went through blue, green, yellow, silver, white, and black. A total of 7 colors flashed, and Nian Bing could clearly feel the existence of the magical elements. After his spiritual energy was completely shattered, it instantly merged with the magical energy, and a strange feeling spread throughout his body. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly calmed down, and everything violent disappeared. A new journey had begun. What kind of experience would Nian Bing have in the new continent? Please continue to pay attention to this book. Thank you. Chapter 165. The frenzied impact began at this moment. It was no longer the impact of spatial energy, but the 7 halos that Nian Bing emitted from his body. The 7 types of magical elements brought the fused spiritual force back into his body through the Tian Yen acupoint, following the meridians to every corner of Nian Bing's body, and then completely returning to the Tian Yen acupoint. The halos condensed towards the center of the Tian Yen acupoint. Nian Bing regained consciousness. He didn't know what had happened, but he was very clear that although his spiritual force had collapsed, it didn't disappear and returned to the Tian Yen acupoint at the same time as his magical force. With a flash of light, Nian Bing only felt his body lighten, and he appeared in another world. His surroundings were pitch black, and the rumbling of thunder was deafening. A gust of wind blew, stimulating his body like knives. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of the wind was far less oppressive than the spatial transmission magic. Nian Bing could easily resist it with just his body. The air was a bit cold, and Nian Bing didn't have the energy to observe his surroundings at this time. He sat on the ground and assumed a meditative posture. His mind was completely focused on the Tian Yen acupoint between his eyebrows, feeling the 7-colored light fill it. The vast Tian Yen acupoint had completely turned into 7 colors at this time, and the 7 halos gathered in different directions, attacking the center of the Tian Yen acupoint at the same time. Nian Bing heard 7 clear sounds, and the 7-colored light flashed. His 7 divine blades drilled out of the spatial ring and stabbed into the ground around his body. The 7-colored halos formed a colorful light shield that surrounded Nian Bing, constantly stimulating his body. The 7 gems emitted a dazzling light, and the 7 types of magical elements were constantly baptizing Nian Bing's Tian Yen acupoint. With each impact, the 7 types of energy in the Tian Yen acupoint would be more powerful. A golden red figure lit up, and a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s appeared beside Nian Bing. His fiery red hair was draped over his back, and his simple and resolute face showed a bit of fatigue. But when he opened his eyes, his body emitted a layer of invisible energy, and no matter how the storm blew, it couldn't get within 3 feet of his body. At this time, his sunlight completely fell on Nian Bing's body, and his mind went from the outside to the inside, feeling the changes in Nian Bing at this time. After a short while, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he muttered to himself, "Destruction and establishment, what a good destruction and establishment. I didn't expect him to be able to produce such a strange situation. It seems that the ultimate Tian Yen acupoint will bring me a great surprise. Nian Bing, you have finally stepped into the forest of the strong. What a good magician of the same origin of ice and fire." After a long time, Nian Bing slowly woke up from his meditative state. His body didn't feel anything, and was still as lifeless as before, but his spiritual world had undergone a tremendous change. At this time, the Tian Yen acupoint was like a starry sky, filled with bright stars. Among them, the 7 main stars were the largest, and each of their colors represented a different element of magic. And around them, there were also many small light spots of the same element, slowly revolving around the 7 main stars like a vortex. Among them, the red and blue star clusters were revolving around each other, and these 2 main stars were also the largest, and the other 5 star clusters were revolving around the 2 star clusters in the center. The 7 star clusters formed a harmonious space, filling the entire domain of the Tian Yen acupoint, and Nian Bing's spiritual power was condensed at the centermost point of the red and blue star clusters. That was a golden light spot, only a single light spot, but it condensed all of Nian Bing's spiritual power and soul. Through the perception of his soul, Nian Bing could easily feel any slight change in the Tian Yen acupoint. Not only the 7 main stars, he could also completely control the light spots scattered around him. Every light spot contained a large amount of magic energy, which was completely compressed magic elements, mixed with a large amount of spiritual power. It seemed that every light spot was a point of Nian Bing's spiritual power, and as long as he willed it, everything was under his control. Nian Bing slowly opened his eyes, and the world around him became so wonderful in front of him. It was not only the characteristics of the scenery that he could clearly see, but he could also see what kind of energy was contained in a stone, and what proportion each kind of energy occupied in the stone. A clear judgment flashed by, and it was already imprinted in the depths of his mind. The cold was still, and his body was still, but when Nian Bing floated up from the ground, he knew that he had become different. Even he himself did not understand what had happened, but he knew that his Tianyan acupoint had not evolved to the ultimate, but had a strange mutation. This mutation was formed under various subtle circumstances, and he did not know what specific ability it had. Collecting his somewhat excited mind, Nian Bing looked around, and it was dark all around. He looked up at the sky, and large amounts of dark clouds blocked the sunlight. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light, and inevitably, there would be rumbling thunder. The amount of magic elements in the air was no different from the Yangon continent, but the magic elements here were much more violent. If he wanted to use the magic elements here to cast a spell, he would need to use at least 3 times more magic power than on the Yangon continent. Moreover, the magic elements here changed very quickly, and if he wanted to condense the magic elements needed, he would need to pay more. Around him was a valley, and there were only various kinds of gray and brown boulders. Most of the boulders were uneven and extremely weathered. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding environment was like his own body, and it was completely silent. The wind seemed to be calmer than when he first arrived here, but the wind here was very strange. Every gust of wind seemed to be condensed together, and once it blew on his body, it would cause a feeling of impact. If it was a normal person, he was afraid that this wind would be fatal. The continent of God should really be called the continent of hell. "You're awake." A low voice sounded, and it was as if it was in his ears. The sudden appearance of the voice startled Ling Yanbing, and the power of the will in the Tian Yin acupoint quickly changed, and everything around him became clear. Through the fluctuation of the voice, Nian Bing's forehead lit up, and a silver eye floated open. The silver eye was not completely silver like before, but in the center of the silver eye was a crystal-like eyeball. The crystal and transparent eye faintly had a layer of 7-colored halo. The lustrous light flashed, and Nian Bing's body floated to the side, and his power of the will had already locked onto the source of the voice. What a strong power of will! Break and then rebuild. It seems that you have discovered more changes in the Tian Yin acupoint. In the midst of the gratified voice, a golden red light flashed, and a tall figure appeared in front of Nian Bing. It was the middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. A gray robe was draped over his body, and his noble and dignified aura was condensed and did not dissipate, giving people a feeling of worship. Nian Bing observed the dragon god with his spiritual power. The dragon god in front of him was like a pure ball of fire, a pure heavenly fire. When his spiritual power approached the protective range of the dragon god's body, it would immediately be blocked by a massive amount of energy. He could only feel how powerful the dragon god was. That unfathomable feeling deeply affected Nian Bing's heart. That was practically endless energy. Nian Bing thanks Senior Dragon God for the guidance. He respectfully bent down and deeply saluted the dragon god. There was a faint smile on his face, and the Tian Yin acupoint closed by itself. The dragon god nodded to him and said, "Not bad, the inspiration and progress you got in the space transmission magic array this time is much greater than I thought. If your vitality can really be restored, then your future will be limitless. Now the spiritual power in your Tian Yin acupoint is like a bomb, but it lacks a fuse to ignite it." Nian Bing nodded and said, "You are referring to the innate qi." Indeed, the opening and growth of the 7 major acupoints seemed to have a lot to do with the innate qi. The dragon god said, yes, the innate chi is the foundation of the 7 acupoints. However, there is an exception among the 7 acupoints, and that is the Tianyin acupoint. The Tianyin acupoint is the only one that does not completely rely on the innate chi to form. It needs more spiritual power. The innate chi is just a catalyst. The other 6 acupoints are exactly the opposite. The spiritual power is the catalyst, and the innate chi is the foundation. When you first used the ancestral curse of life and were close to death, the 7 dragon kings called my spiritual power. At that time, I told them that if one day you can come to the continent of gods, I will help you open one of the 6 acupoints as a reward for you. But now I can't fulfill this promise because your body can't open the acupoints at all. Introducing you to that great true God senior is truly a blessing in disguise. Nian Bing said, sincerely, senior, the dragons have already helped me a lot. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. No matter the result of this trip, I only have gratitude to the dragons. There is not much difference between a disaster and a blessing. No matter what, I have to try. For my family and lover, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I have to recover my life. The dragon god nodded and said, well then, let's go now. The continent of gods is very small, not even as big as a country in the Ingon continent. The continent of gods is divided into 2 parts. One is the place where the ordinary gods and the main gods like us live. According to the division of strength, those who have not opened their acupoints are called gods. Those who have opened 1 acupoint are called demigods. Those who have opened 2 acupoints are called gods. Those who have opened more than 3 acupoints are called us main gods. Although the dragons do not have acupoints, since the appearance of the gods on the continent of gods, the dragon god is one of the main gods. Above the main gods are the 4 true gods who no one knows how powerful they are. The senior I want to take you to see is one of the 4 true gods, the one who calls himself the god of life, Cow. As soon as the dragon god's voice fell, a golden red light lit up and surrounded Nianbing. With a flash of light, they rose into the sky like a meteor. As soon as they left the ground, Nianbing immediately felt that the energy of the outside world was constantly changing. All kinds of violent energy were unevenly distributed in the space. A strange scene appeared in front of his eyes. Some places were blowing with biting cold wind. Some places were hailstones, and some places flames were constantly spewing out of the ground, and magma was flowing everywhere. At first glance, there was almost no place on the ground below that was calm. The dragon god flew like lightning in a certain direction as he said to Nianbing, the place you were just at is known as the Pure Land on the continent of God. It's a place where no energy can wreak havoc. All the gods on the continent of God below, the prime god, level live in the Pure Land, and there are very few Pure Land on the continent of God. There are even fewer Pure Land on the continent of God. Perhaps you can imagine, but gods often fight over a drop of clean water without impurities. On this continent, there are always dangers that the people of the Yangon continent can imagine. The slightest carelessness will immediately bring about a fatal disaster. On the continent of gods, it is generally divided into 2 parts. 4/5 of the places are like this, and the remaining 1/5 forms the 4 forbidden areas of the continent of gods. Even the main gods don't dare to enter these forbidden areas, because there is a true god living in each forbidden area. No one dares to offend the dignity of a true god. Nianbing said with a wry smile, "It's really a hellish world. I'm afraid that even if I haven't lost my vitality, it would be very difficult to survive on this continent." The dragon god said that's true. Although the great war of the gods caused the lost country to completely disappear, the continent of gods also suffered a devastating blow. The gods here can only struggle for survival. The dragon god's flying speed was extremely fast, and the scenery under his feet passed by like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, Nianbing saw a layer of faint white light in the distance, like a cloud blocking the way forward. It was the first time that Nian Bing had seen such a huge, wall-like cloud and mist. Just as he was about to ask the dragon god's speed had already slowed down. He floated down and stopped on a mountain rock. Just as Nian Bing was about to ask, the spirit in his Tian and acupoint suddenly moved. He subconsciously jumped forward, and a green figure flashed past his previous position. At that moment, with the help of his Tian and acupoint, Nian Bing could see clearly that it was a lizard-like creature about 3 feet long. Its whole body was covered with green scales. Its body was thin and small, but its speed was extremely fast. Its head occupied almost half of its body. In just a flash, it had already moved to the side. A pair of big black eyes emitted a greedy brilliance as it stared at Nian Bing and the dragon god. The dragon god didn't seem to feel the existence of the creature. His whole body was emitting a golden red light. His eyes were looking at the layer of opaque white mist in front of him, and his mouth was constantly emitting a low dragon roar. The green lizard missed its target and almost didn't stop at all. Its thick limbs exerted force, and like an arrow, it once again shot towards Nian Bing. Obviously, it didn't dare to attack the dragon god who was emitting a golden red light. Nian Bing didn't dodge this time. He raised his right hand and his spiritual force spread out, forming an invisible net that covered the space within 3 feet around him. The trajectory of the lizard's forward rush was easily grasped by him. He could no longer use magic, but the strength of his body had reached another height. Under the effect of his spiritual force, seeing the lizard in front of him, he slightly leaned to one side and straightened his palm like a knife, directly chopping at the joint between the lizard's head and body. The tyrannical body brought Nian Bing extremely fast speed and the strength of his attack. With a muffled bang, the lizard's body was suddenly chopped. The lizard's forward momentum suddenly changed. It rolled on the ground and jumped up again. Nian Bing felt that his palm, which could easily split a boulder, didn't bring any harm to it. Just when Nian Bing was shocked, the lizard had already rushed up again. Unfortunately, although its speed was fast, Nian Bing completely judged its attack route by relying on the exquisite analysis of his Tianyan acupoint. As long as it attacked him, he would immediately use the strength of his body to send it flying with a palm. However, the lizard's body was also extremely strong. It was hit several times by Nian Bing in succession, but it didn't suffer any harm. It just kept attacking Nian Bing in anger. Nian Bing also thought of taking out his own magic blade to kill the lizard, but through the observation of his spiritual force, he found that the energy of the lizard was not very strong. If he had to use a magic blade to deal with such a creature, wouldn't it be too ridiculous? His competitive spirit rose spontaneously. Nian Bing's spiritual force suddenly increased by a large margin. He was ready to use his newly learned attack method to deal with the lizard. The energy of his Tianyan acupoint was fully opened. The lizard had become a mass of green energy in his eyes, and in the center of this green energy, there seemed to be a small mass of red. The moment Nian Bing's spiritual force appeared, a layer of faint light of 7 shadows enveloped Nian Bing's body. The Tianyan acupoint suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the flying lizard suddenly stopped. It was actually forcefully locked down by Nian Bing's spiritual force. It couldn't even struggle. Immediately after, the Tianyan acupoint between Nian Bing's eyebrows lit up again. The lizard had already turned into a rain of blood. Nian Bing waved his right hand, and a little red light in the rain of blood was drawn into his hand. It was a small piece of sparkling and soft thing. It looked transparent like a gem, but it was not as hard as a gem. Suddenly, an impulse to devour blood rose in his heart. Without much hesitation, he threw the small piece of crystal straight into his mouth. The crystal turned into a warm current and entered Nian Bing's body. After the crystal entered his stomach, his body, which was originally full of death energy, suddenly felt very comfortable. Nian Bing's eyes suddenly turned red, full of evil aura. His whole body, which was full of death, also lit up with a layer of dark red light. Soon, the light faded, and he clearly felt that his strength seemed to have increased again. His body moved. He had returned to the dragon god's side, and his speed had increased a little. The feeling of devouring blood disappeared. Nian Bing's brain quickly turned. The lizard just now was obviously a creature on the continent of gods. Why did he feel that his strength had increased after eating the crystal in its body? Could it be that these crystals were supplements? While he was thinking, the golden red light on the dragon god's body had converged. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Senior has allowed us to enter. Nian Bing, why did you eat the green lizard's magic core? As long as that thing is exposed to the wind, it will gradually become hard and turn into an ordinary gem. Can it be eaten?" Nian Bing froze for a moment, then said, "Senior dragon god, after I killed the lizard with my spiritual force just now, I just felt a little annoyed in my heart. It seemed that I would only feel comfortable after eating that thing." The dragon god took a deep look at Nian Bing's side and said, "This is the problem left behind by the zombie technique. You are now a zombie, and every once in a while you'll have the feeling of wanting to suck blood. Perhaps it is because of this. Well, let's go in first." As he said that, he waved his right hand, and a golden light appeared in his palm. The golden light seemed to be alive, constantly flickering and making a slight sound. The dragon god's eyes flashed, and he injected his energy into the golden red light. The golden light turned into an arrow and suddenly drilled into the white fog in front of him. Suddenly, a layer of golden luster appeared on the white fog. The golden light slowly spread out, forming the shape of a door. The white fog inside the golden light suddenly became much thinner. The dragon god Nian Bing nodded and led him towards the golden door. When passing through the golden door, Nian Bing suddenly felt an itch all over her body. Many tiny energy dots drilled directly into her body. That was the energy full of life aura. Silence dissipated when it came into contact with the death aura on her body. Thinking of the title of the god of life, Nian Bing's heart couldn't help but heat up. The white fog looked like a thin layer from the outside, but when they really came in, Nian Bing discovered that the seemingly thin layer of white fog was actually more than 10 feet thick. The further in they went, the stronger the aura of life became. When they passed through the white fog under the protection of the golden light, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. There were no dark clouds in the sky, and the blue sky was as clear as a mirror. Looking up at the sky, one's heart was wide open. The explosive magic elements in the air disappeared. The magic elements here were much stronger than outside, but also much softer. Looking around, there was nothing but green in front of them. All kinds of strange flowers and grasses, accompanied by the sound of insects and birds, weaved a moving picture scroll. Not far away, a layer of water vapor pervaded the air, and a clear lake was calmly in the center of the plants. The lake was so clear that one could see the bottom, like a huge blue crystal inlaid in the ground. In the center of the lake, there was a huge banyan tree. The banyan tree was so thick that even 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. The branches and leaves on the banyan tree were extremely lush, like a huge cover, covering a radius of several hundred feet. The green shadow reflected in the lake looked so soft. In a corner of the banyan tree, half of a wooden house protruded from the branches and leaves. The wooden house was not big. From the outside, the area inside was not more than 20 square meters. The wooden house and the banyan tree were natural, as if they were born to be one. Some water birds skimmed over the lake, bringing a breeze that made the lake ripple, bringing some vitality to this tranquil space. Nian Bing was stunned, and so was the dragon god. He didn't expect that the place where the true god lived would be so beautiful. Nian Bing sighed softly and said, "This is the domain of the true god." How beautiful! He couldn't help but feel a little envious of this life god cow. He fantasized in his heart that if he and his 3 beloved women could one day live in such a place. How wonderful would that be? Nian Bing was about to step inside, but the dragon god stopped her. However, the dragon god pulled him back. The dragon god gave him a look, then lowered his head to look at the various plants growing on the ground. Nian Bing immediately understood what he meant. He stopped and cast his gaze towards the wooden house in the middle of the lake. The dragon god bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Dragons Kakiokis and little human friend Nian Bing request an audience with Senior." His voice was not high, but Nian Bing could see through the Tian Yen acupoint that the voice, under the control of the dragon god, went straight to the wooden house in the lake. An indifferent voice sounded from all directions. "Cargiogos, I'm not a Cargiogos. We haven't seen each other for a long time. You didn't bring a human." This flat and soft voice sounded. Nian Bing tried her best to track it down, but she still couldn't feel where it came from. The voice was very neutral, and she couldn't even distinguish the gender of the god of life. But every word in the voice was so clear, and every word deeply touched his heart. The dragon god Kakiokis hurriedly said, "Senior, this is exactly what Kakiokis is asking you for, and I also want to ask for your help. I understand what you mean. You go back and leave him here." The indifferent voice sounded again. This time, the aura in the voice seemed to have changed. Nian Bing only felt her spirit shake violently, and the death energy in her body was completely restrained by an invisible pressure. Her body couldn't move at all, and only her spiritual force was still active. The dragon god was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. This junior will take his leave first. Wait, there is one thing I want to tell you in advance. What I hate most is the aura of death. You have already violated my taboo by bringing a dead person here. If you want to leave here, you will have to pay some price. The vitality of dragons has always been the most abundant among all races, so you should leave half of your vitality." The indifferent voice was still calm, but Nian Bing's heart was set off monstrous waves. She had seen the strength of the dragon god with her own eyes, and the super transmission magic of the 14th step was so amazing. However, this god of life, who she had just met, actually casually asked for half of the dragon god's vitality. The dragon god's complexion changed slightly, and he looked at the huge banyan tree in the lake, his eyes constantly flickering. Nian Bing could feel through the Tian Yen acupoint that the energy in the dragon god's body was fluctuating rapidly, as if it could erupt at any time. The dragon god's voice sounded, "Well, as long as Senior can save our friend of dragons, what's wrong with giving Senior half of my vitality?" "Senior dragon god, you can't." Nian Bing did not care about the corpse poison in her body and pulled the dragon god. The dragon god smiled and said, "Nian Bing, you are willing to give up all your vitality for us dragons, and I can repay your kindness with only half of my vitality. Speaking of which, I still profited. Although the vitality of us dragons is not endless, the remaining vitality can at least let me live for another 10,000 years. Don't stop me. Since Senior has agreed to help you, this is already very lucky." A resolute look flashed across Nian Bing's eyes. He turned around and faced the center of the lake. "Senior, true god, Senior dragon god has come here for me. I'd rather not recover my own life force than see him get hurt. Please take back your order. I won't ask you to heal me." Nian Bing's eyes flashed with determination. If half of the dragon god's vitality was exchanged for her rebirth, then she would not be at ease for the rest of her life. The indifferent voice sounded again, "You have no right to talk to me. What the dragon god wants to redeem is his guilt, not the price he has to pay for you. I promised to help him once, and I can do that, but he also has to pay the price for offending me." Nian Bing hurriedly said, "Since you've promised to help Senior Dragon God once, you'll be helping him by letting him go this time. I don't need you to save me. Have you thought about it? If the conditions are changed, you, a little undead, actually came here to pollute my space. There's only one result for you, and that is your body and soul will be destroyed. Nian Bing coldly snorted and said, "Well, you let Senior Dragon God go. I have already thought about it." The Dragon God anxiously said, "Nian Bing, you can't. Have you forgotten why I brought you here? If you don't think for yourself, don't you think about those who care about you?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "If I choose to let you lose half of your vitality because of selfishness, even if I am resurrected, I am afraid my lovers will look down on me. Rather than that, I would rather be perfect in their hearts forever. Senior Dragon God, please go." The Dragon God sighed. He understood Nian Bing's idea very well, but since she had already come here, how could he let Nian Bing die like this? He took a deep breath. Just as he was about to release his vitality, a green light suddenly lit up from the banyan tree in the lake. The green light was sparkling and translucent like a rainbow from the central treehouse all the way to the lake. A faint figure appeared. The next moment, this figure came to the lake and floated in the air. The plants seemed to be excited by her arrival, and flowers bloomed one after another. In an instant, the surroundings had become a sea of flowers, and a strong aura of life nourished every plant. The surging aura of life suppressed Nian Bing's death aura. He was horrified to find that the aura of life that he had always liked was so disgusting at this time. These auras of life constantly invaded his body, and the death aura gradually shrank back under their pressure. In the aura of life, his body seemed to be burning. The excruciating pain in his body didn't affect Nian Bing's vision. It was also because of the visual impact that the pain in his body was much less intense. The person who floated over from the green streak of light wasn't the white-haired person that he had imagined. It was a woman, and she didn't look very beautiful. She was in her 20s, and her light green long hair hung down from her back to the ground, touching the plants. Under the contrast of the fresh flowers, her light green dress looked very light. She was not considered beautiful, and was just an ordinary woman, only her skin was a little fairer. Compared with stunning beauties like Feng Nu and Lan Qin, she was nothing at all. Even Long Ling was much more beautiful than her. Chapter 166. However, this woman exuded an aura that Nian Bing had never seen before. It didn't seem to belong to a human. In her deep, dark green eyes, a magnetic field that resembled the sea of life radiated outwards. Her appearance, which couldn't be considered beautiful, appeared so gentle in the midst of the enormous life aura. Looking at her, Nian Bing knew that the pain he was feeling now wasn't intentional. It was caused by the life force magnetic field that existed around her. If one couldn't erupt in silence, they had to die in silence. Nian Bing didn't have time to consider that this woman might be the god of life. For the sake of survival, he immediately reacted. The Tian Yin acupoint between his eyebrows lit up, and a layer of faint rainbow light erupted from within. Facing the life aura, he instantly used his mental power to set up a restriction around his body. Because of the enormous mental power and the fact that Sung Jing had stored Nian Bing's soul, the Tian Yin acupoint wasn't affected by the death aura of the zombie technique. However, mental power was completely different from death aura. After the Tian Yin acupoint mutated, its mental power was a mixture of innate qi mental power and 7 types of elemental magic. This gave Nian Bing a very unique mental power. Moreover, these 7 types of energy didn't reject life aura. In fact, they were even close to life aura. Therefore, as soon as he released his mental power, Nian Bing immediately adapted to the energy in the life force magnetic field. The pain instantly disappeared, and he couldn't help but let out a long breath. The young woman let out a soft cry of surprise. She couldn't help but look at Nian Bing. Nian Bing's deathly gaze met her incomparably clear eyes, and he immediately felt his body tremble violently. The death aura surged wildly, and his body felt like it would collapse at any moment. He was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes and observed the young woman through his Tian Yin. After the Tian Yin acupoint's evolution, it had reached an extremely accurate level in terms of observing energy. However, when Nian Bing looked at the young woman at this time, he was shocked to find that what appeared in his Tianyan acupoint was actually a crystal. A green, humanoid crystal. There was no energy for him to judge anything at all. It was completely formed by an enormous amount of life force. Circles of green light drifted out, nourishing all the living creatures in the surroundings. It was this life force magnetic field that almost took his life earlier. Strange, there are actually zombies that have opened their celestial eye acupoints. This is really strange. The young girl raised her hand and gently waved it in the direction of Nian Bing. Nian Bing had no chance to struggle at all, and was caught by a light green hand. Although he tried his best to release his spiritual power and wanted to struggle, this huge life force was too strong and did not give him a chance to struggle. At this moment, Nian Bing thought of Mu Rong and his sister from the Longmu Empire during the competition in the Huarong Empire. Wasn't their life magic very similar to this girl's? It was just that they weren't on the same level. "Senior, please have mercy on me." The dragon god didn't move. Instead, he stood there and respectfully bowed to the girl in front of him. His actions had already proven that this girl was the god of life with a masculine name. Cao said indifferently, "This little zombie already said that he doesn't need your help. I'll let you go this time. You can go." The dragon god anxiously said, "Senior, I'm willing to release half of my life force. Please save this human." Cao's calm eyes stared at the dragon god. The dragon god only felt his whole body tremble slightly, and a strange feeling made his heart tremble slightly. Cao said indifferently, "You can go. This human's body structure is somewhat interesting. I may not kill him. I've returned the favor of the dragons." The dragon god was overjoyed. Although the god of life, Cao didn't say it directly, he vaguely understood what he meant. He hurriedly agreed and turned to walk towards the golden gate. Watching the dragon god leave, Nian Bing, who was restrained, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The dragons had helped her enough. If the dragon god was implicated because of her, Nian Bing would never be at ease. "Do you know why I haven't killed you yet?" Cao's eyes fell on Nian Bing again. Because Nian Bing was a zombie, she couldn't look at the god of life at all. She had to close her eyes and look at the god of life in front of her with her Tianyan acupoint. "I'm afraid it's because of my spiritual force." "Yes, it's because of your strange spiritual force that I've spared your life. Judging from the aura of death on your body, you haven't been a zombie for long. The evil aura in your aura of death is still very faint. Judging from your personality, you haven't been affected by the zombie spell. Among humans, it's very rare to see someone with spiritual power at your level. But the reason why I haven't killed you is not because you're clear-headed. The death aura is the aura I hate the most. When you entered my realm of life, the death aura on your body has polluted this aura. I haven't killed you because there's a strange spiritual force in your Tianyan acupoint, which I've never seen before. That's why I've spared your life for the time being." Looking at Cao, Nian Bing's heart gave birth to a glimmer of hope. The sentence Cao had just said was the longest sentence since she appeared. Obviously, she was very curious about her spiritual force. If she could use this situation to her advantage, with her strange and powerful life force, she might really be able to restore herself to a human. Thinking of this, Nian Bing immediately became polite. "Senior Cao, sometimes even I feel that my spiritual force is very strange. Unfortunately, because I released my life force to cast a spell, my life force was exhausted. Without the support of Xiantian Qi, my spiritual force can no longer be released to its strongest level. Although my spiritual force has improved on the way here, I don't fully understand where it improved." Cao looked at Nian Bing and frowned slightly. "Remember, from now on, always use your spiritual force to protect your body. If I find a trace of the aura of death leaking out, I will immediately erase you from this world." Before Nian Bing could react, the giant's green hand of life had already thrown her out, directly hitting the surrounding white clouds. Nian Bing only felt her whole body tighten and suddenly couldn't move. Although spiritual force could protect the body from the outside world's aura of life, it consumed a lot of spiritual force. Fortunately, Nian Bing's spiritual force had made another breakthrough, so she was able to maintain her spiritual force to protect every part of her body. Cao seemed to have forgotten about Nian Bing. Looking at the hundreds of blooming flowers around her, her gaze couldn't help but become much gentler. Waving her right hand lightly, she plucked a fresh flower from the branches and leaves beside her. Her red lips kissed the flower gently, pinching a flower stem and slowly putting it into her mouth. Lightly chewing, she ate a flower. The flower stem fell to the ground and burrowed into the soil by itself. After a while, a new flower would grow. Cao's movements were very gentle. She ate a different flower each time, and during the process of eating the flower, there was always a faint smile on her face, as if this was the most enjoyable thing for her in the world. Do gods need to eat too? Nian Bing, who was trapped in the white clouds, felt lonely and couldn't help but ask. Cao didn't even look at him. She waved her hand, and a green light flashed. Nian Bing only felt a pain on her face, and immediately afterward, this pain instantly entered her brain, completely becoming an intense pain that came from the heart. Her body trembled, and she almost couldn't control her spiritual force to protect her body. Fortunately, the energy left as quickly as it came, disappearing in just the blink of an eye. Cao's cold voice sounded in Nian Bing's ears. If you disturb me eating again, I'll let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, Senior, can you let me say something? I just feel that you eating flowers like this is simply a waste of natural resources. There are so many rare flowers and herbs, you can't eat them like this. Cao was stunned for a moment, and the coldness in her voice clearly disappeared a little. You know how to eat these flowers? Nian Bing nodded and said, Flowers can be used to make medicine, and flowers can also be used to make dishes. Different flowers need to be eaten in different ways to fully display the characteristics of the flowers. Just like the few little red flowers on your left, they are called red, exquisite plum blossoms. They have the effects of lowering heat, anti-inflammatory, detoxifying, beautifying, and prolonging aging. You need to wash them with warm water and add some rock sugar to them. For women, it can remove some of the color spots on their skin, and it's much better than eating them directly. Also, the light purple flowers on your right are lustrous and uniform, and the purple color is elegant and gradual. They should be rare violet fragrance treasures. They can moisturize the skin, remove wrinkles, and remove spots. The most valuable thing is that they can resolve the cough, throat, and nose of ordinary people. Of course, for you, these won't happen. Cao couldn't help but be interested after hearing Nian Bing's words, and asked, Then how should this violet fragrance be eaten? Nian Bing smiled and said, Most flowers can't be eaten directly. Eating them directly will have a poor effect. And although the fragrance of the flowers is there, it is accompanied by a bit of bitterness, which is really not beautiful. The real way to eat this purple silk fragrance was to crush the flower stalk and extract a purple juice. Or it could be air-dried and then steeped in hot water. During the steeping process, the color would change. At first, it was transparent, but it would quickly turn purple and then gradually brown. If some orange juice is added, the liquid will turn pink. Whether it's drinking or looking at it, it's a very wonderful enjoyment. Nian Bing had once specially researched under the guidance of Jia Ji regarding the use of herbs in meals. Jia Ji had once given him a book, which specifically discussed the ways to eat all kinds of strange flowers and herbs. Unfortunately, strange flowers and herbs were hard to find. He only had the theoretical knowledge, but had never put it into practice. When he first saw the flowers growing around the god of life, Nian Bing immediately recognized the origin of these flowers based on his own memory. Therefore, when Cao ate the flowers, he couldn't help but mention the use of these flowers. Cooking was Nian Bing's interest. although he was in a dangerous place. When something that interested him suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but talk about it. After listening to Nian Bing's words, Cao's eyes were full of vitality. He revealed a faint smile and said, "Interesting, I didn't expect that a little zombie like you would have so much knowledge about flowers. It seems that I made the right choice not to kill you. However, I don't have any orange juice or rock sugar that you just mentioned. When you and the dragon god passed through the enchantment and entered the continent of gods, I knew that you must have come from the Yangon continent." Seeing that Cao's tone was a lot gentler, Nian Bing's mind couldn't help but relax. He nodded and said, "Yes, I came from the Yangon continent. Frankly speaking, I really envy you for having so many strange flowers and herbs. In the Yangon continent, no matter what kind of flower it is, you can't find it so casually. What a pity, what a pity." Cao said indifferently, "I collected the seeds of these flowers and herbs from several continents. Most of them came from the Yangon continent. It's just that there are relatively few of them there. But when it comes to my bundle, I have all of them. Since you have the ability to recognize flowers, I would like to hear what else you have to say about these flowers." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Then I have to ask Senior first. With your ability, you shouldn't eat flowers to satisfy your hunger, right?" Cao glanced at Nian Bing and said, "Tasting different kinds of flowers and plants will give me different feelings of life. For me, this is just a kind of enjoyment. Only in my realm of life, which is full of life aura, can I make these flowers of different seasons fully bloom." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Since you just want to enjoy the wonderful taste of the flowers, then you shouldn't taste them directly. After processing, the taste of these flowers can only be more wonderful. In the past, my master once taught me a method of brewing Baihua Du. Baihua Du can be said to be a kind of wine, but it can also be said to be a kind of drink. It must be brewed with 100 different kinds of flowers. You also know, where can you find 100 kinds of flowers in an ordinary place? Even if you gather all of them, I'm afraid some of the flowers will have already withered. Different kinds of flowers will produce different kinds of Baihua Du. Gathering the fragrance of 100 flowers and retaining the changes of the different flavors of each flower, that is the best Baihua Du. The more exotic the flower, the more magical the Baihua Du produced. Unfortunately, I am now full of death aura, which can easily contaminate your flowers. Otherwise, I can really help you brew some Baihua Du. That is the world's most delicious food, the champion of using flowers in food. Whether it is a human or a god, there will be desires in the heart." Nian Bing had already grasped the desires of the god of life in the shortest time possible. Women all like flowers. From her misty appearance, when eating flowers, it can be seen that she has a special preference for flowers. At this time, Nian Bing thought of Jiaji. She felt more and more that the knowledge Jiaji taught her was very useful. Baihua Du, is that to put 100 kinds of flowers together? A hint of curiosity appeared on Cao's face. Her green eyes, full of life, were filled with the light of hope. Nian Bing said, "Of course it is not that simple. The preparation of Baihua Du requires special craftsmanship. Because the nature of the flowers is different, it needs to be gradually prepared according to the types and not put together all at once. Otherwise, if there is a mixture of poison between the flowers, not only will the Baihua Du fail, but it will also become poison. You know how to brew Baihua Du?" Cao's voice had a little more joy. Nian Bing nodded and said, "I was a chef on the Yangon continent. 100 Flower Du is the best wine and also the best seasoning. Unfortunately, even my master only knows how to brew it, but has never succeeded in refining it. It's because he couldn't gather enough rare flowers." Cao's voice suddenly became calm. "Do you want to use the method of refining Baihua Du in exchange for my help to restore your life force?" Nian Bing said calmly, "Of course, perhaps this refining method is the only way I can benefit you. The exchange of benefits is always the most reasonable." begging, using feelings, and so on are all better than a direct exchange of benefits. I think that if you are willing to save me, you will not regret it. After all, with your strength, even if I am reborn, you can destroy me at any time, right? You are very frank. Cao smiled, a trace of admiration in his eyes. I like frank people. Well, then I will exchange with you. However, if the Baihua you speak of does not satisfy me, then I am afraid that you will not even be able to become a zombie. I have never trusted humans easily. If you want to gain my trust, you have to tell me the names and effects of at least 10 kinds of flowers around here. Nian Bing nodded. She said, that is not a problem. The only choice I have now is to believe your promise. As one of the 4 true gods of the godly continent, I think you will not go back on your words. Can you put me down? I promise that I will use my spiritual power to block the aura of death and will not pollute this wonderful realm of life of yours. His voice was no longer as respectful as before. Nian Bing knew that this so-called god of life in front of her had probably lived for many years. Her strange personality was not something that could be won over by being respectful. Since that was the case, she might as well be herself. Wouldn't that be more comfortable? As long as she was still useful, she would naturally be able to live. Cao casually waved his hand and sucked Nian Bing down from the white fog. Under the effect of the surging aura of life, he floated above the flowers but did not fall. Obviously, she did not want him to trample on these flowers that were full of aura of life. Nian Bing's gaze moved, but she did not look at Cao. Instead, she was completely focused on the flowers in front of her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She pointed at a yellow flower that was composed of countless petals of the same size and had a very short stem. Ah, this should be the bright lotus snow flower. Heavens, you actually have this kind of flower here. The bright lotus snow flower only grows on the peak of a mountain, in places covered in white snow. It is a kind of flower with extremely tenacious vitality. Together with the snow lotus, it is known as the snow twin beauties. It has a miraculous effect on reducing heat. Moreover, if an ordinary person takes it for a long time, it can prolong their life and slow down their aging. Cao thought for a while and said, not bad. I did get the seed of this flower from a mountain. It is surrounded by a world of ice and snow. It seems that you do have some skills. Nian Bing seemed to not hear Cao's praise. Her gaze fell on a light blue flower on the other side. It's too magical. Even this one has it. This is also a flower that grows on high mountains, but it grows at a higher altitude than the bright lotus snowflower. It is called the jade beauty. Blue sky, white clouds, tall mountains, green grass, mysterious and holy peaks can give birth to this kind of strange flower. It is called the snow peak holy grass. It has the effect of nourishing yin and kidney, strengthening yuan yang, regulating qi and blood, and moisturizing the skin and black hair. The normal way to eat it is to brew it with boiling water. The soup will be a clear light green color, overflowing with a quiet fragrance of flowers, and the taste is gentle and mellow. Cao's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Okay, I believe you. These 2 flowers are indeed more difficult to obtain. You can even recognize them. I think that your words about the dew of 100 flowers should not be a lie. Nian Bing said, then are you willing to help me restore my vitality now? Cao said indifferently, yes, but it's not easy for you to recover your life force in your current situation. Simply put, your body has already become a zombie. Although you're still conscious of your body, you're already a dead person. I am the god of life, but not the god of death. As long as there is still a breath left, I can easily revive him. However, you are already a dead person. My life force will only harm you. It will be difficult to bring you back to life. I will need some things to assist me. However, these things are not something that I can possess. Nian Bing asked, then what do I need to make my body accept life force again? Cao said, you need a strange medicine. Through this medicine, The death chi in your body can be completely expelled and your body will become a newly dead state. Then, with the life force, you can stimulate the innate chi and revive your body's functions. Only then can you truly become a living person. Originally, you had no hope of reviving, but because you opened the Li Zhong acupoint when you lost your vitality, the innate chi in your body completely stayed in the Li Zhong acupoint, giving you a glimmer of life. Looking at Cao's calm expression, Nian Bing asked, "Where can I find this medicine?" Cao said indifferently, "If you want to be reborn, you need to work hard on your own. When you get out of here, follow the direction I pointed out. After crossing 3 mountains, you will see a black waterfall. Behind the waterfall, there is a fruit tree. You can pick the 3 white fruits on it and give them to me." Nian Bing's heart trembled. Even though he hadn't been in the godly mainland for long with the dragon god, the various strange sights on the godly mainland had left a very deep impression on him. In his current state, the only power he could use apart from his physical body was his spiritual power. Crossing the 3 mountains was easy to say, but it wouldn't be so easy to actually do it. "What are you afraid?" Cao gave Nian Bing a sidelong glance. "Weren't you very confident when you talked about these flowers just now? Since you dared to come here, you must have a certain amount of psychological preparation. To tell you the truth, those 3 fruits are also very important to me. It's just that I promised those 3 people that I would not leave here easily. This time, consider it as me using you. Your body only needs 1 fruit. As for the other 2, consider it the price you have to pay." Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "Afraid? I'm already a zombie. What's there to be afraid of? What's more, although this is the continent of gods, it may not necessarily be able to bury me here. Please point out the distance." There were 3 people who could threaten the god of life. There was no need to think it must be the other 3 true gods. Cao glanced at Nian Bing, and a hint of approval appeared on his calm face. "For so many years, apart from those 3 people, you are the only one who dared to be so disrespectful to me. Seeing your understanding of flowers, I will spare your life. But if you die on the road, you can't blame me. Follow the direction of the blind road, you can go." With that, he waved his hand. A faint golden light appeared on his palm. As the light flickered, a golden tunnel opened up to the white fog, giving Nian Bing a new path. Nian Bing only felt that his body was sent to the edge of the tunnel, as if he was riding the clouds. It just so happened that he would not touch anything in the realm of life. It seemed this god of life was really clean. Without hesitation, Nian Bing's feet touched the ground, and in a few flashes he was already out of the boundary of the realm of life. All along he had mainly used magic. Although he had a strong body, he did not practice any physical skills and knew very little about how to use his body. The zombie technique and the transformation of the dragon's soul gave him a physique that far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even in a situation where he was not familiar with his body, his speed was very fast. His whole body was filled with the aura of death, so he could not clearly feel how strong he was. But Nian Bing was very clear that for the next part of his journey, he would have to rely on the combination of his body and spiritual energy to pass through. In this god's continent, there was no supply, and Nian Bing was not familiar with everything here. But in order to survive, his fighting spirit had been raised to the peak. When Cao told him that he had to go over the mountain to get the medicine, he already understood that what he would have to face was not only the various magical beasts of the god's continent, but also the gods of the god's continent. As an outsider, he was afraid that the people here would not accept him at all, not to mention that he was now an undead. Without the aura of life, Nian Bing felt much more comfortable, even though the environment around him was much harsher than when he was in the realm of life. Even though the unstable magical elements in the air were constantly fluctuating, he could easily resist the aura of death that he released again. It was much more comfortable than when he was in the realm of life. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing looked back. The golden tunnel had already closed, and Cao's voice sounded as if it would never change. "Follow the direction of the tunnel, and remember my description." After you get the 3 fruits, come back immediately, don't delay. No matter what kind of danger you encounter, you can only rely on yourself. Let me remind you, the closer you are to the target, the stronger the creatures you will face. Whether it is gods or demons, you have to rely on your own strength to deal with them. Cao's voice disappeared, but Nian Bing did not rush to start. He looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, took a deep breath, and stood in the same place. He spread out his spiritual power to 20 feet around him, feeling all the changes in the atmosphere. At the same time, he did not have to resist the corrosion of the aura of life, and he could let his spiritual power slowly recover in this silent space. Nian Bing's mental strength only recovered to its peak after standing on the spot for an hour. He lowered his head and glanced at his gray skin. He could not help but smile bitterly. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would live as an undead zombie. Furthermore, he had to rely on this method to find his path of rebirth. Taking another deep breath, he threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind and used his spiritual power to determine the direction he was going to go. Nian Bing jumped up without hesitation, and his body turned into a gray arrow in the air, flying towards the fixed direction. The path wasn't smooth. To be precise, there weren't any roads on the godly mainland. However, this wasn't enough to stop Nian Bing from advancing. Every time he used all his strength, he would be able to leap more than 100 feet forward. He was like a meteor as he continued to advance. All he needed to do was to find a point on the rugged ground where he could borrow strength. From afar, he could already see the first mountain. It was a black mountain, and the whole mountain was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. There were no plants growing on the mountain, but there were many holes on the bare mountain. They looked like they were caused by the wind, but also looked like they were man-made. Just as Nian Bing slowed down and raised his vigilance, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded. More than 10 green figures drilled out from the holes on the mountain and rushed in his direction like lightning. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. Through his Tianyan acupoint, he could clearly see these little green things. They were the green lucids. Facing this kind of magical beast, he no longer felt any fear. His eyes lit up, and through his Tianyan acupoint, he sensed the direction they were coming from. His body suddenly stopped moving forward and quickly flashed in the same place, dodging the first attack of the green lucid. At the same time, Nian Bing did not just passively take a beating, he also launched his own attack. With the previous experience, this time his movements were much faster. His Tianyan acupoint flashed with a faint 7-colored light, and his huge spiritual power formed an invisible domain around his body. His eyes flashed, and in just a moment, for green lucid turned into a rain of blood under his tyrannical spiritual power. Although the physical defense of the green lucid was strong, their spiritual power was negligible. Attacking them from the inside out was the best way to deal with them. Nian Bing's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light, and under the stimulation of the fresh blood, a sense of annoyance rose in his heart. He knew that this was the nature of a zombie, and he did not reject this kind of nature. His figure flashed, and his hands used the skills that he learned when he was practicing his culinary skills. He kept cleverly slapping the remaining green lucid away, and then used his tyrannical spiritual power to completely dispose of them. In just a few moments, Nian Bing already had 11 red cores in his hand. He did not hesitate, and immediately put these blood essences into his mouth. The taste of fresh blood stimulated his senses, and as a zombie, this was definitely the greatest enjoyment. After swallowing more than 10 green lucid cores, his gray body gradually emitted a faint blood aura. The feeling of being full of power made him look up to the sky and roar. With a casual claw, he left a clear mark on the solid black mountain rock. Chapter 167. As the dragon god said, everything on this continent of the gods was different from the continent of Yangon. Not only were the gods here far more powerful than ordinary humans, But even the rocks had become dozens of times harder than ordinary rocks because of the constant baptism of the harsh environment. If he was in the continent of Yangon, he was afraid that even a small hill could be flattened by his claw. Nian Bing was now eager for the green lucid to come out of the inkstone again. After all, the pleasure brought by swallowing the crystal core of the G. Oh, D-Beast was the only thing that made him feel comfortable since he came to the continent of the gods. What's more, it could also enhance his strength. With every increase in strength, his future journey would be smoother. What was stored in the core of the green lucid was the source of the green lucid energy, not the life force. With the zombie's body absorbing it, there was almost no need to consider any side effects. However, the fact was not as he imagined. Until Nian Bing stepped on the top of the mountain, there was no more green lucid. Standing on the high black mountain, Nian Bing had already seen the second mountain, which was twice as high as the one he was on. The difference was that the color of the mountain was completely red. It was a red that exuded a dark aura, a dark red. Simply stepping on the mountain, Nian Bing's heart did not relax at all. Not only was he always vigilant with his spiritual force, but he was also constantly observing the surrounding situation. In a foreign land, in order to fulfill his promise to his beloved women, he must be careful at all times. He knew that his life was no longer entirely his own. He still wanted to go back and join his beloved women, and he also wanted to rescue his parents. But all of this was on the premise that he could be reborn safely. Just as Nian Bing was about to continue forward, the spiritual power that he had spread around his body suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, he heard the dull sound of thunder. Not long after the thunder sounded, a dazzling bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Following that, the dense sound of thunder came one after another. It was as if the entire godly mainland was trembling in this thunder. What surprised Ling Nianbing even more was that the magical elements in the air, which were not calm, were rapidly fluctuating. It was not a regular fluctuation, but a kind of violent fluctuation. Every time it fluctuated, the space seemed to be distorted. Nianbing's spiritual force, which was originally spread out to 20 feet outside his body, was almost compressed to 10 feet around his body in a few blinks of an eye. In an instant, Nian Bing suddenly thought of one thing. He also wanted to understand why he could so easily climb to the top of the first mountain without encountering too many obstacles. Not long ago, when he and the dragon god had just arrived on the continent of the gods, the dragon god had once told him that on this continent of the gods, there could be a magic storm. Under the baptism of a magic storm, even the gods would find it difficult to bear. In the current situation, it was estimated that his luck was too good. As soon as he came out, he encountered a magic storm. As soon as he figured out what was about to happen, Nian Bing did not hesitate and immediately responded by crouching down. He quickly drilled into the 2 tall mountains next to him. He did not want to stand on the peak and become a lightning rod. The power of the explosion of lightning was very great for the zombies to break the tombstones. He almost rushed directly into the 2 rocks, and just at the moment he left, Nian Bing felt a numbness behind him, and the surroundings seemed to be bright. A burst of impact suddenly appeared, shaking him and temporarily making him lose his hearing. The place where he had just been standing had become scorched black. Of course, the mountain itself was black, and the traces of the lightning bombardment were not obvious. But there was a pit with a diameter of nearly 10 feet there. Ling Nianbing was very glad. The magical elements in the air were fluctuating more and more strongly. In order to save his strength, Nianbing carefully withdrew his spiritual force to the surface of his skin. His whole body curled up, so that the surface area of his body in contact with the outside air was minimized. He did not know whether he could withstand the magic storm that was about to come, but now he could only try. At least, the situation of waiting for death would never appear on him. While holding his head with both hands to resist the raging magical elements in the air, Nianbing carefully observed his surroundings. He could not help but feel a little lucky that he had chosen to be in the middle of two solid black rocks. These two rocks were very large in size, like two small hills. The rocks were at least 3 feet high. Looking from the bottom, he could only see the constantly changing dark clouds because of the lightning. In here, the magical elements in the air were obviously not as strong as outside. Most of the magical energy fluctuations were blocked by the rocks. Secretly relieved, Nianbing knew that what he had to do was to wait. He just hoped that this magic storm would not last for too long. He had just eaten more than 10 green crystal cores, so he was not worried about the consumption of his death energy. Those cores were a great supplement for him. Now he only needed to wait. The consumption of spiritual force was not large, and it was enough to give him time to replenish. At this time, Nianbing's spiritual force suddenly moved. He saw that under the rock not far in front of him, there was a small hole about 3 feet in diameter. A head popped out from the hole, and the eyes just happened to meet with him. "Ah, who are you?" The voice was a little stiff and sounded a little strange, but after all it was the human language that Nianbing could understand. It was a short male human. It was difficult to tell his age from his face, because at least 2/3 of his face was covered by a curly brown beard. His eyes were also brown, and although he was a little surprised to see Nianbing, it was not strong. From his eyes, Nianbing saw a strong hostility. With a smile on his face, Nianbing said, "Hello, are you a god here?" The short man snorted and said, "Damn it, god your ass, I am a dwarf, not a god. Why did you come to the territory of us dwarves? Do you want to challenge the dignity of us dwarves? The smell on your body is disgusting, humph, and you are the lowest class of human. If it wasn't for the magic storm coming, just because you just destroyed our food, I would have sent you to hell. Quickly leave here, and if you pollute our holy mountain again, I will teach you a lesson." Looking at the dwarf's fierce appearance, Nianbing frowned and said, "Dwarf, I have heard of this race. It seems to be a race in the past of the forgotten continent. Looking at your appearance, you are indeed very short. I don't mean any harm. There is a magic storm outside now. Even if I want to go out, I can't. I still don't have the confidence to use my body to contend with the magic storm." The dwarf shouted angrily and said, "No matter what reason you have, you can't stay here with us." Wait. Just now you actually mentioned the forgotten continent. Heavens! Could it be that you are not one of the gods? Nianbing stared blankly for a moment and said, "Why do you say that? Don't I look like one?" "Of course not. You are an undead, but you don't seem to be the undead of those gods, because the 4 universes of the forgotten continent are taboo universes among the gods. They will never say it out easily. Where did you come from?" The dwarf looked at Hanbing's eyes, no longer full of hatred as before, but with a bit of curiosity. Huibing smiled slightly, said, "I came from a distant place, as you said. I am not a god, of course. You don't ask me where I came from. Don't ask who brought me here. I can only tell you that I am a human, a pure human. Although I am now an undead body, I am still a human after all." The dwarf looked at Nianbing, said, "How can you prove that you are not a god?" A loud boom rang out, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. The magical elemental fluctuations in the air became even more violent. Nianbing felt his entire body tense up. He hurriedly strengthened his mental strength to protect himself. Only then was he able to resist the destructive magical elemental fluctuations in the surroundings. The dwarf's words were only half spoken when he was shocked by the loud thunder, and a layer of black light was emitted from his body. That was not a black color that belonged to darkness, but an ability similar to Do Chi, forcibly protecting his body from being attacked by the magic element storm. Nianbing said, "How can I prove it? Could it be that if I prove that I am not a god, you'll be willing to accept me?" The dwarf said, "Of course, we dwarves only have hatred for those gods. We have no hatred for ordinary humans. Moreover, our tradition has always been to be warm and hospitable." Nianbing smiled slightly and said, Well, I have just arrived here, and I also hope to make new friends. These things can be considered as a gift for you." As she spoke, she waved her left hand, and with the guidance of her spiritual power, she took out a few large flatbread from her spatial ring. Because she was a chef, Nian Bing's spatial ring always stored a large amount of food and ingredients for cooking. After the spatial ring evolved, one of the biggest advantages was its freshness preservation function. Even if there was a lot of food, it would not rot in the spatial ring. Before becoming a zombie, he and Bingyan had been living in a cave. During that period of time, Nian Bing did not know how long it was. Before that incident, he had just gone to Ice Moon City to buy a lot of things. Now that he had become a zombie, he could not eat, but he always carried the things with him. When he suddenly saw the pancake, the dwarf was stunned for a moment. Then he let out a low exclamation. His short body rushed out of the cave and snatched the pancake from Nian Bing's hand. He didn't eat it, but put it in front of his nose and sniffed it hard, feeling the fragrance of the pancake. His dark face exuded an intoxicated expression. The big beard on his face trembled constantly, showing his excitement at this time. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "Is this enough to prove my identity?" "It's enough, of course it's enough. You must be from the Yangon continent, right? Although I don't know how you broke the seal and came to the continent of gods, I can be sure that you must be from the Yangon continent. Since our homeland was sent to another world by those monsters, this legendary flatbread only appeared in the Yangon continent. This is a legendary food. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to see it. Human brother, it's great to know you. I'm a warrior of the dwarf tribe. My name is Wu Luan. You can call me by my name in the future." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Nian Bing. Wu Luan, can I hide here from the magic storm now?" Wu Luan woke up at this time and hurriedly said, "No, of course not. My friend, you gave me such a precious thing. How can I let you hide here from the magic storm? From today's thunder, I'm afraid that the effect of this magic storm will last for a long time, and it's very strong. Come to my house. There, you won't be hurt by any magic storm." With that, he flashed to the outside of the cave. The hard and heavy rock in his hand was like a piece of wormwood. He pointed to the cave below and signaled Nian Bing to go in. Nian Bing hesitated for a moment. After all, this was the first time he had come into contact with a dwarf. It was inevitable that he would feel a little uneasy. However, when he saw the sincerity in the dwarf's eyes again, he no longer hesitated. He immediately dove in. Seeing that Nian Bing had entered the cave, Wu Luan hurriedly followed him down. At the same time, he covered the rock above. Just as Wu Luan had said, once they entered the crypt, the magic storm outside could no longer affect them. It was pitch black all around them, but they did not feel suffocated at all. After they turned a corner, they saw gems emitting a faint yellow light on the walls of the crypt, illuminating the area. But what made Ling Nian Bing a little uncomfortable was that the cave was really too short. He could only move forward by squatting down. Wu Luan, who was only as tall as his waist, was like a fish in water. He kept turning the pancake in his hand. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be very excited. Nian Bing couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wu Luan, since you like this pancake so much, why don't you try it? Although I've kept them in my space ring for some time now, I can guarantee that they haven't rotted in the slightest. The taste is still very good." Although these pancakes were not made by Nian Bing himself, with his cooking skills, the pancakes he chose were the best in Ice Moon City. The big beard on Wu Luan's face moved. Through the dim yellow gems on the walls of the cave, Nian Bing seemed to see him smiling. Wu Luan said, "It is because this pancake is too good that I am reluctant to eat it. I want to let my mother eat it first. She must also miss this kind of delicacy that is similar to our legendary hometown." If Nian Bing still had a trace of doubt about Wu Luan, then at this moment the doubt completely disappeared. The kind of people that Nian Bing admired and liked the most were filial people. He didn't live with his parents since he was young. Not being able to serve his parents was his biggest regret. When he heard Wu Luan's words, his good impression of this dwarf suddenly increased. At this time they were close, and he didn't have to be distracted to resist the magic storm. Nian Bing could also observe the dwarf in front of him. The spiritual power of the Tian Yen acupoint was opened. Although the light in the cave was dim, it did not affect his vision. The dwarf in front of him seemed to be only about 2 meters tall, and his head seemed to be very big. Perhaps because he had too much beard, although his figure was short, it gave people a very strong feeling. His bare arms were knotted with python veins and were often thick. The clothes he wore seemed to be made of animal skin. Although Nian Bing didn't recognize what kind of animal skin it was, the animal skin clothes on Halogen's body were very exquisite. There was even no trace of seam. The whole clothes seemed to be made of nature. Nian Bing didn't expect that there would be such exquisite clothes in a place like the continent of gods. Brother Nian Bing, let's go. I will take you to see my mother and our people. We dwarves have lived in this holy mountain for tens of thousands of years. If they know that you have brought the legendary flatbread, they will regard you as our benefactor. I really didn't expect that I, Halogen, could see the same thing as my hometown in my lifetime. As he spoke, he took large strides and walked into the depths of the cave. This made Nian Bing suffer. Although his body had been modified very well, it was not easy for him to walk while squatting like this. Fortunately, his zombie body made it so that he did not feel any soreness in his muscles. This was why he could barely keep up with Si Luan's footsteps and continue to walk into the depths of the cave. Ling Yanbing was very surprised that he didn't see any ventilation in the crypt, but no matter how he walked in the crypt, he never felt stuffy. The air here seemed to have been purified, and it was much more comfortable to breathe than the air of the outside world, where the fluctuations of magic elements were extremely unstable. The construction of the tunnel in the crypt was very scientific. The walls of the cave were smooth without any flaws, and the stairs were in picturesque disorder. It felt as if he was going to enter an underground palace, but this underground palace was really a little short. According to Nianbing's own feeling, he had probably walked into the center of the mountain. Halogen stopped his footsteps. The scene in front of him had changed. He was no longer walking on a single path, but a complex tunnel that constantly led in different directions. Because the tunnel looked very dense, there seemed to be a lot of forks. Nian Bing thought that if he went in alone, it would not be easy to come out. Halogen turned his head to Nian Bing and said, "Looking at your appearance, you are really uncomfortable. Do you want to rest for a while? It took a lot of our people's time to build this crypt to such a large scale. I dare say that except for those 4 old guys, no other place on the continent of gods is more comfortable than our crypt." Nian Bing smiled and said, "The 4 guys you're talking about, I am afraid they are the so-called 4 true gods." Halogen snorted and said, "Who else is there besides them?" "Those 4 guys relied on their powerful strength to run amok. If it wasn't for them, how could we have lost our home?" Nian Bing said, "Listening to what you said, you seem to miss the lost empire very much. As the descendant of the person involved, you must be very clear about what happened at that time. Although I also know a little, I am definitely not as clear as you." Halogen sat down in the tunnel at the side and took out a cloth-like thing from his bosom. He wrapped those few big flatbread and said resentfully, "Of course I know what happened. Our dwarf race has a very detailed record. The War of the Gods was started by those main gods. They were afraid that our lost empire was too powerful and would no longer be under their control. At that time they were indeed no longer our match. If it wasn't for those few old guys using their powerful strength to move the entire lost continent to another space, I am afraid that the so-called gods of the continent of gods would have disappeared." Speaking to this point, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a strong hatred. Nian Bing was very surprised and asked, "Then you are saying that your ancestors weren't on the continent of gods before the War of the Gods started, right? Then how did your ancestors come here and not disappear with the Forgotten Empire. Wu Luin sighed heavily and said, "Back then, that great war didn't just happen in our Forgotten Empire's territory. In order to completely destroy the existences that enslaved us in the godly mainland, the Forgotten Empire sent out the strongest new human army to secretly enter the godly mainland. Among them, there were 12 heroes. What they wanted to do was to destroy the foundation of the godly mainland, so that the gods who entered the lost continent would lose their foundation." Nian Bing took the lead and said, "This is indeed a good idea. I think that at that time, the lost continent still didn't know about the existence of the true gods." Halogen said helplessly, "That's right. At that time, no one knew about the existence of the true gods. Therefore, although there were only a few hundred of them, they were the most elite heroes of the Forgotten Empire. In order to not be enslaved again, their hearts were filled with courage. Facing their enemies, they launched a merciless slaughter. Then what happened afterwards? If they really attacked the continent of God's weak point, I'm afraid that those 4 true gods wouldn't just sit by and watch." Halogen said, "AI, it was because of that operation that the Forgotten Empire really lost their chance. Before that, who would have thought that there would be such powerful existences on the continent of gods? No one knew where those 4 true gods came from. There weren't many main gods and demigods left on the continent of gods, and under the attack of the elites, the remaining forces were quickly forced to the brink of death. At that time, those true gods appeared. They ordered the Forgotten Empire's 12 heroes to immediately leave the continent of gods and never return. After spending so much effort to reach that point, although the 12 heroes felt that the enemy in front of them was powerful, how could they retreat? They chose to fight. However, it was at that time that they understood what true power was, what the power of the gods was." Speaking to hear, a trace of fear appeared on Halogen's face. Although he knew that this was from historical records, these memories had left a very deep impression on him. Death like a moth to a flame. Even if the 12 heroes joined hands, they were unable to cause even a small amount of damage to those true gods. In just a dozen breaths of time, more than half of the remaining 200 Forgotten Empire's soldiers had died. As for those true gods, it was as if they hadn't moved at all. They were still looking at them with calm eyes. Clearly feeling the fear in Halogen's heart, Nian Bing couldn't help but ask, "How do the 12 heroes of the Forgotten Empire compare to the main gods of the continent of gods?" Halogen said, "A main god can easily win against any of the 12 heroes in a 1-on-1 battle. In a 1-on-2 battle, they can barely win. In a 1-on-3 battle, they can at most fight to a draw, but in a 1-on-4 battle, the so-called main god will definitely die. Moreover, our 12 heroes came to the continent of gods with the determination to die. They won't back down, and they will never back down." Nian Bing took a deep breath. The difference in strength was so great. From what Halogen said, it seemed that a true god could easily destroy a few main gods. This was no longer a simple gap. If they weren't in the same realm, there was no way they could resist. Then what happened? Did the Forgotten Empire's warriors all die? Halogen shook his head and said, "There are 4 true gods on the continent of gods. At that time, only 3 of them acted. Just as those 3 true gods were about to completely annihilate the Forgotten Empire's warriors, another true god stopped us. The other true god who hadn't acted until now spoke. He stopped the other true gods from acting and ordered us to leave again. He also told us that this was our last chance. The strange thing was, the other 3 true gods seemed to be very afraid of him and didn't object to his interference. At this time, only 3 of the 12 heroes remained. They didn't continue to sacrifice themselves. They all knew that when such a strong expert suddenly appeared on the continent of gods, the best choice was to quickly send the news back. Thus, the heroes strategically retreated. And one of the remaining 3 heroes is the strongest warrior in our lovers group, Quo-Mo. He is also my ancestor." At this point, the short Kwa Luin straightened his chest, his eyes filled with pride. Nian Bing thought for a while and said, "Then the reason why you dwarves stayed here was to monitor the situation here." Halogen and Nian Bing gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are very smart. Our dwarf clan's hero Kamo decided to stay here with the remaining dwarves, not to fight but to monitor. The enemy was too strong, and only by grasping the enemy's movements could we have a chance of victory. Thus, we stayed on the continent of gods. You know what happened next. When the war on the lost continent was coming to an end, I don't know what method the main gods and gods used, but they actually persuaded those 3 true gods to act against our homeland. At that time, the sky cracked, the earth collapsed, and everything changed. It became so illusory. We were on the enemy's land, and we could only watch as our country disappeared, completely disappeared. Can you imagine what we felt at that time?" His face became emotional. His brown eyes were already a bit red. Nian Bing sighed and said, "Then did you manage to survive on this continent? Could it be that those main gods and gods didn't discover your existence?" Halogen shook his head and said, "How could it be that simple? Those bastards wouldn't let us go. How could they let the dwarves, who are the backbone of the Forgotten Empire, stay? After the sky and earth changed, everything returned to normal. The environment of the continent of gods became even more terrible. At that time, the remnants of the continent of gods seemed to think that we might have stayed and began to search for our whereabouts. At first, we relied on the dwarves' unique perception of the terrain to avoid wave after wave of search. However, not long after that, a magic storm appeared. Although there were magic storms on the continent of God, the magic storm that appeared was countless times more powerful than before. Of the 74 of us, a total of 20 disappeared in that magic storm, completely vanishing from the face of the earth. After the magic storm ended, the dwarves who didn't die also suffered heavy injuries. To make matters worse, the remnants of the continent of gods found traces of our dwarves and killed their way over. Nian Bing's heart trembled, and she said, "Then your ancestors encountered a desperate situation." Just as Halogen had said, in that situation, it was almost impossible for them to survive. Halogen shook his head and said, "Originally that was the case. However, our fate was changed because of one person. This person is the only person on the continent of gods that we dwarves are grateful to. He was the true god who stopped the other 3 true gods from killing our Forgotten Empire soldiers. In our dwarves' hearts, only he is worthy of the title of god." Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment before her heart skipped a beat, and she said, "The god you're talking about wouldn't be the god of life, Cow, right?" Halogen stared blankly at Nian Bing and said, "How did you know? You were able to guess this?" Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "You said that it was the true God who saved you, and the mountain you live in is so close to the realm of life where Cow lives. So the possibility of her saving you is naturally the highest. If it really was her, then when the Forgotten Empire was moved to another space, she didn't participate?" Halogen's eyes shone with respect and said, "Of course. How could the god of life do such a despicable thing? Brother Nian Bing, have you ever thought of a problem? Since the other 3 true gods had the ability to move the lost continent away, they naturally also have the ability to destroy the lost continent. Destroying it is probably more difficult than sending it away." Nian Bing's heart trembled, and she said, "You mean to say that it was because of Cow? The other reason was that when the lost continent was sent to another space, it wasn't destroyed?" Halogen nodded and said, "It really is so. Although the records of our dwarves' history are not very detailed, but from various signs, it is precisely because of this reason that our lost continent had an extremely small chance. Otherwise, the other 3 true gods wouldn't have to waste so much effort to send our country to another place. Wouldn't it be easy to simply destroy it?" Nian Bing nodded in agreement and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. Now I kind of understand.